Let's bow our heads for prayer. Our most precious Heavenly Father, you've really given us a really warm day today to make us think about how well it is when it's 70 degrees. But be with this group tonight as they do the business for the people of Benson and surrounding areas. And at the same time, we're doing business for our employees that do such a good job in keeping things going. And be with the ones that's going to be presenting material here tonight, that they'll get a fair shake, which they will. And we will be with you, and you keep us straight and do the things that is pleasing in your sight. In God's name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Let's stand and pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. I needed a little wagon to carry all the stuff that we had tonight. We'll try to move it along. We're going to be operating under Zoom tonight, but the person that's on Zoom is not here or not available now. He's out on a call, and so when he comes in, then we'll start taking the votes by roll call. So if he doesn't come in, then we'll operate the regular way. I'll call the meeting to order. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Mayor, before you approve the agenda, I have two items I would like to be removed from the agenda. They are under old business. Number 1, salaries and grades under C, and organization chart.
Say that again.
Two items.
Salaries and grades.
And grades, organization chart.
We have a motion on the floor to eliminate these two things from the agenda. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed to the motion, say no. Let's vote again. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All that's against the motion, say no.
What?
All right. The motion's carried. We eliminate salaries and grades and organization chart under old business under C. The consent agenda, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion that we approve that agenda.
Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Public comments. Scott Tart introduced the new hire.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. It's my pleasure to announce that we have hired Will Hendricks as our new utility systems technician. Will cannot be here tonight, but I just want to let you know that he has come on board as of June 1st. He will be helping Ray Adams, who is our officer in responsible charge for our water system. So anything and everything that's done to keep the system maintained and our water quality in check, he's there to help Ray. He will also be helping Ray with any utility locates that come into the town. So we're glad to have him on board, and I hope you guys have a chance to meet him soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Individuals wishing to address the board, come forward and provide your name and address for the record. Anybody wants to come forward to address the board, come forward. No one's showing. We'll go into public hearing, and I'm going to call on Aaron to give us the introduction.
You want to do the budget first, or?
Oh yeah, let's do budget first. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm going to read this budget letter since we have made some changes since the last presentation before the public hearing is open. Following is a detailed overview of the current financial plan and needs to the town of Benson as it relates to the fiscal year '23 budget. The final 22-23 budget is $15,071,133. Anything can be added or deleted at the pleasure of the board. We previously had presentations on May 21st at the board retreat and May 26th at the last Board of Commissions meeting. The 2021-22 budget, the town collected $1.8 million in property tax. Johnston County performed the 7-year real property valuation in 2018. Town administration and staff are recommending to hold the tax rate at 55 cents per hundred for the upcoming year, and this will collect $1,100,712.65 in the coming year. The final budget reflects a municipal rate totaling 55 cents, 43 for general fund, 12 for fire, a water and sewer volumetric rate increase of 10%, a 4% increase in the refuse collection beginning July 1st, and a $1 increase in all electric base fees and a 5% rate increase. So the budget is split. General fund is $5,635,985. Water and sewer is $3,992,736, and the electric is $5,442,412, and that equals the $15,071,133. The budget reflects the following new positions in their respective departments. Administration is a project manager, planning is a level 3 inspector, and a code enforcement officer to begin in January. Parks and Recreation is a maintenance parks assistant and an athletics parks assistant, both full-time. Public Works is 2 additional public works specialists, and electric is a lineman class A. The salary proposal in the budget is a 3% COLA, and for any employee that is out of their probationary period, up to a 5% merit. Our benefits are going to stay the same. And then the changes in the general fund, as mentioned, the refuse is going up to 24 for just a residential cart, $24.17 per month. That includes the 3% increase that we'll get from Waste Industries in January, and also will help us with the Porter Street facility cleanup that we do. The estimated unrestricted net position for the general fund is approximately $1.739566. For the fire department, their revenue is going to be 12-cent property tax. They also receive funding from the Banner Fire District, which is also 12 cent. We receive money from Johnston County and Harnett County, and then fire inspections. Their budget also includes annual debt payments for their fire engine, the fire station, and a fire utility truck. The water and sewer fund, this is based on a 3-year trend of water and sewer consumption sales. The town is also informed of the bulk order rates from Johnston County will increase 6%, and the city of Dunn to increase 6.5%. Along with this and the rising prices in the industry of the materials and equipment, the town is proposing a modest increase in the water and sewer fund. At this time, 10% volumetric increase is recommended to support the needs of the water and sewer fund. We are also increasing water tap fees, as well as there's a system development plan that we're going to put in place. We have to have that study done first. The unrestricted net position for the water and sewer fund at the end of this fiscal year is going to be $236,488. And then our electric fund is proposed at $5,442,412. We have an estimated $339,843 of this budget is related to the 7% sales tax that we have to do. This is merely a pass-through to the state. A lean approach was taken in respect to power purchase and electric charges. Benson wholesale power purchase costs are estimated based upon the full requirement power purchase agreement with Duke. At this time, we're proposing a $1 increase in base fee and a 5% increase in volumetric. This is a direct result in the rising cost of materials and gas prices, as well as the competitiveness of maintaining linemen to service the town of Benson and their electrical needs. The electric department, for their debt service, we do have a line truck. This is the last year of payment, and we have a bucket truck. And we have added additional funding from fund balance in the electric budget to help with hotline trimming and pole replacements. So the fiscal 22-23 budget addresses the goals and the needs of the town as approved by the Board of Commissioners on April 12th. The financial investments identified in the budget are designed to address the following BOC goals, which is infrastructure, public policy, quality of life, services, and customer service. As we move forward during the next 12 months, the following areas need to remain our focus for the elected officials, staff, and citizens. Transportation improvements, including the widening of I-95 and installation of the 301 roundabout, stormwater repairs, water and sewer infrastructure, and economic development opportunities. If you have any questions, let me know, but we can do the public hearing now.
We open the public hearing. I'll ask Aaron Joseph to come forward to give the information, and then we'll open the.
We got to do the public hearing for the budget. The public hearing for the budget.
Oh, okay. I want to miss the budget somehow. We'll now open the public hearing to take public input on the 22-23 fiscal year budget and fee schedules. Anyone that wants to come and speak in favor of the budget, come forward. She's already spoken, but if somebody else wanted to speak, they could. Anyone that wants to come and make comments about the budget, come forward. Anyone that wants to come and speak, give their input on the 22-23 budget, come forward. While nobody is coming forward, we close the public hearing for the budget, and we'll vote on it later in the time. Now, Aaron, come forward and RZ 2022-04.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. I would like to present to you a rezoning request to amend the zoning map in a parcel located at West Main Street. This is a legislative hearing, Mayor, so anyone wishing to speak in favor or opposition of this request at that time when you open the floor, just need to state their name and address for the record. Okay. So the request is to rezone 16 acres of land located within the extraterritorial jurisdiction, the town of Benson. The applicant would like to rezone the 16 acres from R30, low density residential, to R11, medium density residential. The property is currently owned by C.M. Bostic Jr., and the applicant is ABJ Investments. You can see on the image on the screen there, the one that's highlighted with the number 1 with the blue, that is the subject property. Currently, the land is used for agricultural purposes. It does not have any structures. It remains unimproved. The site is bordered by West Main Street, located right off of U.S. Highway 301 South. It's also bordered by McLam Tart Road. This is an image currently of the site. As you can see, it's an open field at this point. This is from West Main Street. And this is the view from McLam Tart Road, facing back towards U.S. Highway 301 South. So the current zoning is R30. You have a slight bit of the parcel that's zone I1 that fronts along US Highway 301, but the bulk of the property is Zone R30. The surrounding zoning districts are RA, and you do have, going back towards town, R11, and then you have commercial I-1 fronting on US Highway 301, and you do have some commercial B2 on McLamtart Road. And the future land use map identifies this site as commercial, but you also can see that the surrounding districts include medium density residential, and that is what the applicant is proposing this evening. The planning board did review this petition last week, and they recommended approval. Staff also recommends approval of the site. And so some of the uses within the R11 district primarily include single-family detached residential. You have adult care homes up to 6 occupants, place of worship, and a minor utility. All of those are by right in that zoning district. And so the R11 district serves to provide for the orderly subdivision of residential development and redevelopment, intended to maintain residential areas, relatively low densities, characterized predominantly by owner-occupied, single-family detached units. I'm going to pull up my staff report for my further analysis. So the approval criteria for the rezoning is consistency with the adopted plans and policies of the town, suitability of the subject property for uses permitted by the current versus the proposed district, whether the proposed change tends to improve the balance of uses or meets a specific demand in the town, the capacity of adequate public facilities and services, including schools, roads, recreation facilities, wastewater treatment, water supply, stormwater drainage facilities. And it has been determined that the legal purposes for which zoning exists are not contravened, and has been determined that there will be no adverse effects upon adjoining property owners unless those effects can be justified by the public good. And it has been determined that no one property owner or small group will benefit materially from the change in the zoning district. And so on my staff report that you have in your packet, in my analysis of the site, that it is consistent with the comprehensive land use plan. And my analysis states that because you have approved residential development in the surrounding area, there were 2 subdivisions that were approved. Go back. What's highlighted in yellow there, approved last year. This piece would connect into that that subdivision, and so it is consistent with the development trends that are occurring in that area. The future land use plan, or the comprehensive land use plan, specifies for housing to have interconnectivity with existing neighborhoods and street grids, to reduce sprawl, and to lessen the demands on the street network. Rezoning this property would be in line with that and with the surrounding development. You do have some commercial that fronts, as stated on 301. You have Dollar General, and you do have BHM Contracting. across on McLamtot Road where there is commercial, that's B2 neighborhood commercial. And so if this rezoning takes place and the site were to be developed, those commercial uses would support any residential development. I believe that's what I have in my analysis. R30 and R11 are similar in uses, primarily dedicated to single-family detached districts. The minimum lot size for an R11 district is 11,000 square feet versus R30 is 30,000 square feet. But primarily, they have similar uses in those zoning districts. And that is my analysis and my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions on this.
Any questions?
Off McClam Tart Road, there's some natural drainage in there that we have been into some problems with back during Hurricane Matthew. Okay, when we do this and put more housing back in this area, are we gonna be able to take care of the water, or are we gonna have to wait until the groundwater and the water sewer until we get something off the Mingo project or our sewer project? What do you see in the 5 years down the road, Aaron?
In my opinion, the storm drainage issues in that area will be addressed through the Mingo Interceptor project that will allow more capacity in that area, as well as the residential subdivisions that have been approved to the northwest of this site. Those projects will extend sewer and water, and also there are plans for improvement of the storm drainage in that area as well.
Okay, let's say the Mingo project does not happen. What happens to this area? We drop back and look at it again? And I know we had 100-year rain, and then 6 months later we had another 100-year rain.
Mm-hmm.
And everything got flooded, but I do know going out there, we had some big problems off Tart Road. And I just don't want anybody to come back 10 years from now when another board's sitting up there and say, why did y'all do this? Because you were not prepared to handle it. I don't see anything at all wrong with doing it, just as long as this board understands that we've got to go ahead and do some things. If we're gonna bring the subdivisions in, we've got to be able to handle the subdivisions, not now, but 10 years from now.
Yes, sir.
And I know we're working on it, but the Mingo project right in here, that's gonna mean a lot to this area right here if we approve it.
Correct. It will open up that area, I believe, significantly. And as stated, the approved subdivisions in that area will also address some of the stormwater concerns that have been in, because it serves the developer well, that if they're going to be building houses there, that they want the storm drainage to work appropriately. If this property was ever to be developed, it would certainly go through all of the permitting processes with stormwater and erosion control through Johnston County. Per their permit, they could not increase any stormwater runoff that's already at the site. So they, in that development process, they have to address what the current rate is, and they cannot increase that.
Okay.
And so there have to be stormwater control measures in place to mitigate any negative impacts for stormwater. And that's all addressed during development phase.
Okay.
Okay. You finished?
Yes, if there are no more questions.
I open the public hearing on RZ 2022-04. Anyone that wants to come and speak in favor, come forward. Give your name, address, phone number.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. My name's Tillman Pope. I'm an attorney in Dunn, 403 West Broad Street, and I represent the applicant, ABJ Investments. I see you have quite a busy agenda this evening, so I'll try to be mindful of your time and move through this rather quickly because I believe your planner has already covered everything. She has provided a staff report with the opinion that all the approval criteria has been met. Your planning board unanimously recommended approval with all the criteria having been met. Just a couple of things that I would quickly point out based on the subject site. The subdivision, longstanding subdivision in this community to the north and the northeast are zoned R11, which is a requested zoning for this particular tract. The properties to the northwest are zoned R11, which you approved last year. The properties to the south are commercial, and the properties to the southeast are commercial. So there's no negative impact to any of the surrounding properties in the event that you were to approve this rezoning. Additionally, as Ms. Joseph pointed out, a portion of this property is actually zoned industrial, so the requested use of R11 is actually less of an impact than that portion as currently zoned that could be developed. I'll briefly address Mr. Chandler's question. I think Ms. Joseph already adequately addressed it, but the stormwater issue is a permitting and a development issue, and nobody, whether it's my client or anybody else, can develop it without appropriate governmental permits, and they cannot increase the stormwater runoff. Usually it decreases the stormwater runoff because it improves the infrastructure. That's not a zoning issue, but because you brought the issue up, I just wanted to echo what she already confirmed. So based on that, I'm here to answer any questions that any of you might have, but if you don't have any questions, I would just request that you follow the unanimous recommendation of your planning board and your planner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you. Anyone else want to come forward and speak in favor? No one else coming forward? Anyone that wants to come and speak opposed? Anyone want to come forward and speak opposed? Well, no one else is coming. I close the public hearing. I now ask the board, what is your wishes?
I make a recommendation that we approve as shown.
If you're going to make a motion, that it reflect in that motion that the request is consistent or inconsistent with adopted plans and policies. You can follow that if you.
Okay, case number RZ 2022-4 with the adopted goals, objectives, and policies of the town of Benson is not reasonable and in the public interest, hereby granting approval.
I would just say you probably want to reframe it
Okay,
with the red word.
okay, consistent is approval. How's that? It
And it's reasonable.
is reasonable with me. Do it.
All right, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Thank you. Next one is SD 2022-01. Ms. Joseph.
All right. You want to go ahead and swear me in now? Yeah, I can go ahead and swear in now. Yeah, sure. Aaron Joseph, 303 East Church Street, Benson.
Aaron, before you get started, and I hate to interrupt you, but
Okay.
it's probably best if the board, this is a quasi judicial hearing, right? And we've just recently had a kind of a overview of that, very helpful to everybody in the room that Ms. Joseph presented. So everybody's, I'm sure, raring to go and get started on this. One thing I would say before we get started preliminarily, if the board, if the mayor would like to call on any of the board members to disclose any ex parte communication they may have had with any party that's involved in this case, or any bias, disclosure of any kind of bias or ex parte communication, or any such like concern you may have, and would bear on your ability to impartially consider the applicant's case.
Anybody have any comments?
No, I don't.
Okay, Aaron.
You got it?
Thank you. Thank you, Ike.
Talking about
Alrighty. Where it is.
Okay, so this preliminary plat request is for a subdivision of land on Searles Road located in our extraterritorial jurisdiction. Give you some background on where the site is. It's about a half a mile off of NC 50 South. So you have Searles Road, you have NC 50 South and on one end, and then you have NC 242 South on the other, and going back into town. The property is north of Beasley Estates, and it abuts the planning jurisdiction with the county. And so the subject property is the, going back towards NC 50 South is the extent of our planning jurisdiction. Going back towards NC 242 South is the county's planning jurisdiction. The owner is Marvin L. Smith, and the applicant is Still Bridge Crossing LLC. They are requesting to subdivide 45 acres of agricultural land into 38 single-family detached lots. Currently, the site is used for agricultural purposes. It's unimproved. The zoning is residential agriculture, single-family residential. Density for that district is 3.6 acres. The applicant is requesting a open space subdivision. Per our ordinance, the open space subdivision allows for a little more density in turn for more open space. And so with the open space subdivision, you must dedicate 12.5% of the net site to open space. And within that, 25% must be improved. The applicant has provided roughly 14 acres of open space, and per that measurement, it would be 5 acres roughly of open space that would be required. This is an image of the site where you see the small placard that's stating the public hearing, 45 acres on Searles Road. This is facing, going back towards NC 50 South. And so you do have, there was a commercial operation across from this site, but primarily the uses in the area are single-family residential or agricultural uses. This is the plat, the preliminary plat that the applicant has submitted. As you can see highlighted in the red boxes, you have 2 access points, one onto Searles Road and the other is a stub road. Per our Unified Development Ordinance, any residential subdivision greater than 30 lots requires 2 access points, and one can be a stub street. Highlighted in green there, the applicant has provided a Class A landscape buffer. It's not required by the Unified Development Ordinance, but it's something that we typically see with subdivision requests that abut existing properties, residential properties. Currently, the zoning is residential agriculture. In green, you see there surrounding zoning district is residential agriculture, single-family residential uses primarily. The future land use map also identifies this site as appropriate for low-density residential. You'll see the residential subdivisions located on Searles Road, so just below the subject property. Johnston County approved 16 lots this year for subdivision, and then you have Beasley Estates, existing subdivision that consists of 23 lots. Being that this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, evidentiary hearing, 4 findings of fact must be achieved based upon the evidence presented here tonight, competent, relevant, and material evidence that's presented here this evening. You'll want to weigh that evidence with the findings of fact, consistency with adopted plans and policies of the town. The subdivision meets all required specifications of this chapter. The subdivision will not be detrimental to the use or orderly development of other properties in the surrounding area and will not violate the character of existing standards for development of properties in the surrounding area. The subdivision will provide for the distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid or mitigate congestion within the immediate area, and will provide for the unified and orderly use of extension of public infrastructure, and will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, and the general welfare. The preliminary plat was sent out to different departmental agencies for review. It was sent to NCDOT, Johnston County for stormwater, erosion control, and utilities, environmental health. The Benson Fire Department reviewed the request, as well as Johnston County Public Schools as per our UDO. The applicant held a neighborhood meeting on May 23rd as well, as part of a requirement for their application. We'll ask that anyone wishing to speak in favor or in opposition must be sworn in. And as you deliberate the findings of fact, you will want to deliberate each finding and to make a determination whether that finding has been met or not. And I will ask if the applicant's documentation, application and supporting documents, as well as the staff report be entered into the record. You can have a motion for that.
Okay.
I make a motion to enter it in the record.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
And I can answer any questions, or should I wait to answer any questions at a later time?
It's probably best to wait, and you can be cross-examined.
Okay.
If you recall these hearings in the past, so the applicant will have an opportunity to present their case. Anyone in opposition will have an opportunity to respond. Witnesses can be cross-examined. This is a lot like court, right? So it'll be a lot different than what we just did 10 minutes ago. So Aaron is a witness, really, if you want to think of it technically. So at such point as that part of the procedure ends, then if you have further questions, the board can make its own inquiry and make further questions of Aaron or any party or whoever they choose that's here.
Can I ask her one question, though, that I wrote out there? And I know where Searles Road is, and I know where it comes in, but I couldn't find the other road that it has to come out. You said you've got to have 2 access.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's a stub road.
It's a
The
stub
sub road.
Yes, this one
Yeah.
going towards the bottom. Yes, that would be a stub road. What if the plat is approved and developed
Yeah.
as is? They would be required to have a stub road.
Yeah. But is there a road there that it stubs out into?
No, that would be for future development. If there ever was, then it would connect with that, and that would give you that connectivity piece.
Ike,
Thank you.
Sir.
are we supposed to, you know, she's sworn in,
She is.
we start with the public hearing, and the board will have their chance to question after
Right,
everybody else,
correct, exactly.
okay? Okay.
That's how we're proceeding.
Thank you.
I now open the public hearing for SD 2022-01. Anyone that wants to speak for or in favor of this report, come forward now and be sworn. Swear him in.
He's an attorney. Attorneys don't need to be sworn in.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of council. Marcus Burrell, Hewitt Law Group, 101 Blackstone Lane, Selma, North Carolina, representing the applicant in this. And just a brief overview from my point before I bring in some individuals that are working with the applicant on this. As you heard from Ms. Joseph, we are seeking an approval for a 38-lot subdivision on a 45-acre tract of land. This subdivision will consist all of single-family detached dwellings, all residences, interior cul-de-sacs, cross-access stub road as the second access point to the adjacent property. It's all zoned residential agricultural. That will not change. It's a permitted, it's all single-family residences going in, so it fits with the zoning, pending your approval of the subdivision. And that's what we're here for, the preliminary approval, not final. So as permits are issued, as stormwater, as different utilities come on board, each box is checked before you actually have the final plat approval. So this is the preliminary approval tonight. Tonight I have with me Carlos Bagley, Freedom Firm Engineering, Kirk Lane, True Line Surveying, James Johnson of Johnston Properties. If you need to ask any questions of them, they are available. And just a real quick overview of the findings of fact that Ms. Joseph said you will be required to meet. Number one, meet all required plans and policies. One of the ones, stormwater, Johnston County, we'll go over that. They approved that before you. Other than that, everything is before you. It meets the policies of the UDO, the requirements of the UDO, which leads into number two, that meets all the specifications of the chapter. We meet the requirements, land density, access points, the open space, as Ms. Joseph talked about. You see on the submitted plat, the 14 acres, 14 and a half acres in the back submitted and for open space. Number three, detrimental to the use, land use, or orderly development. The surrounding area is all zoned residential agricultural. It's single-family dwellings all around it, and that's exactly what we want to put in. Nothing detrimental to the use. It's all conforming with the use that's already there. And finally, distribution of traffic. We'll have Mr. Bagley testify to that. The low density that this will bring in is not going to have a major impact on traffic. And the distribution of infrastructure and utilities is all already what's kind of in the ETJ of the town. So no detriment, no undue burden to the town if you approve this tonight. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Carlos Bagley, professional engineer who's spearheading our engineering of this application.
Come forth and be sworn.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Okay, you can just, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, and then just state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Hey, good evening, Mayor and Board. Carlos Bagley, 6-3 Watkins Road, engineer on this project. Just a basic rehash of what he was saying. Proposing a standard NCDOT type subdivision with 20 foot of pavement. Standards of cul-de-sacs of town of Benson. Proposing 38 lots. This is approximately 0.86 units per acre, which is well under the threshold. Working with Aaron, providing 2 accesses to that. Once we get preliminary approval, we'll be going through Johnston County to get our stormwater and erosion control permits, as well as our public utilities for the connection of the water system that is currently on Searles Road. As far as traffic, we'll apply for an NCDOT permit for the driveway permit. I do not see the traffic on this road being over the threshold to do any road widenings on Searles Road. But we'll have to apply through them and get all permits through them. I'm trying to think any questions y'all had, the planning board had last time. Providing a mail kiosk for the subdivision based on NCDOT standards. And I think I can just take any questions you guys might have.
Save the questions.
Now would be one time for the applicant to put on their case. Mr. Burrell may want to ask you questions. Then if there's opposing parties, understand there may be, they may want to cross-examine you. The board may have questions once the public hearing portion is concluded.
Thank you, sir.
Just ask a question, when will be the appropriate time
Yeah,
to cross-examine?
he's entitled to cross-examine you, so if Mr. Burrell has no questions for you directly, you can cross.
One couple of quick questions, Mr. Bagley. One, as Ms. Joseph had stated, this is an open space subdivision. I touched on the open space. Can you tell the council just a little bit more about what the applicant is planning with the open space?
Yeah, just typical walking trails, unpaved gravel type walking trails. We could do a tot lot or a dog park, something like that in the open space. The northern area of the corner is wet up there and it's wooded now, but the bottom area is more conducive for that open space.
As far as elevations go, you said walking trails. How, and the council saw the photograph of this, what's the topography of this area?
It's relatively flat out there. I mean, there is some elevation change, but it's relatively flat. Farmland, row cropping, typical row cropping.
An approval tonight would be conditioned upon, as you mentioned, Johnston County stormwater permitting, erosion control, fire approval, NCDOT approval. Those are all things that you would get after the preliminary approval that we're seeking tonight.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So the decision tonight is not dependent upon those already being in place.
That's correct.
Nothing further from me.
If you want to cross.
Mr. Bagley, along the north side of the property, would you tell me what you have on the subdivision plan located there?
As to what? The landscape buffer, the road?
Is the landscape buffer shown on your subdivision plan?
Yes, sir.
Directly against the northern property line?
Yes, sir.
It's 10-foot landscape buffer?
10-foot Class A.
Is that in the same location as an existing gravel farm path that's also located on the property?
Possible.
Yes. Okay, possibly. So then, if it is in fact in the same location as the landscape buffer, then it may well be on top of an existing farm path used by farm equipment. Is that right?
It could be encroaching on our property, yes, sir. The path.
Mr. Burrell?
Mr. Bagley, there's a question about a farm path. In your preparation for this, have you seen any recorded easements for that farm path?
No, sir, but our surveyors here probably could testify better to that.
Nothing further.
Redirect on this question.
They're entitled to do that.
Just on that question.
Well, who is he?
Just on that question.
Who is he?
Pardon me, let me introduce myself. I apologize for that. My name is Ben Kuhn. I'm an attorney in Raleigh. My address is 2840 Plaza Place, Suite 400. I'm here on behalf of Joy Barefoot, who owns the property directly to the north. Apologies for not indicating that earlier. So, Mr. Bagley, was your testimony that there's no recorded easement? Is that right?
I'm not a surveyor, sir. I probably didn't give my background either. 2006 graduate, NC State University. 2014 professional engineer. That's when I got my license. Been practicing civil engineer for over 20 years. So my testimony is not going to be based on surveyor. But again, we have our surveyor here, and he can speak to that.
If I may.
Any objection to him submitting opinion on that, Mark?
This is a recorded plat with the Johnston County Register of Deeds. Plat book 54, page 239, recorded on June 3rd, 1999.
He's submitting it, and then they can open it up, put it in the record. He can submit evidence. As long as the other side doesn't object, we're gonna get into it. You wanna? Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
You might wanna tell him what you're giving him.
This is a plat. It's titled the Air Survey for Fulta and Elma Searles. It's dated and recorded June 3rd, 1999. It's recorded in plat book 54, page 239 of the Johnston County Registry. Mr. Bagley, would you agree that for the most part, with the exception of the Hodge Rosencrantz tract in the top right-hand corner, this appears to be the subject property in this subdivision application?
Yeah, except that corner there. Looks like it's close.
Subject to check, you would agree that, or you would not object to the conclusion that that top right-hand corner was subdivided out subsequent to 1999. Would you look at the top along the common property line with the property that's shown? Who is noted as the owner of the property to the north as Hubert A. Barefoot?
Yes, sir, in the center.
And you would not disagree that that is the same property now that's currently owned by his daughter after he's deceased, Joy Barefoot, correct?
Yeah, it looks like the same property we're showing there as Joy Barefoot.
Okay. And then you see that note there at the top of the property that's shown there, shows as a farm path right there on the top property line, correct?
I see two words, farm path.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further at this time.
Just one thing real quick, Mr. Bagley, based on his, and I know you're not a surveyor, but based on the exhibit that he showed you, it does say farm path to the top, not 30-foot easement, 15-foot easement. It just says.
I don't see anything that says the easements references the deed book or page.
That's all I have.
Anyone else wants to come and speak in favor or for?
Call Kirk Lane, True Line Surveying.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, and then just state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Board. Kirk Lane, True Line Surveying, 205 West Main, Clayton, North Carolina. Here to answer any questions that are surveying related that you may have or council may have. Yes, sir.
just showed Mr. Bagley. I'd like to show you two additional surveys.
Mhm.
One's recorded in Plat Book 81, page 299, Johnston County Registry. The other one is recorded in Plat Book 58, page 211, Johnston County Registry. They are of surrounding parcels of the subject property in question, correct?
Correct.
And what they are showing is, one is showing Ms. Barefoot's property, the other one is showing the rectangular piece in the northeast corner of the site plan, correct?
Correct.
On both of those, on the northern side of our parcel, does it show that farm path that Mr. Kuhn referenced?
It does?
Do either of those plats say easement?
No, sir.
How long have you been a surveyor, Mr. Lane?
I have been a surveyor, licensed since '99.
Is it common practice, if there is an easement, not to reference easements on a plat?
No, I think that there is, it has been established through my research that there is an existing farm path that is currently in use, but there is no legal access easement that has been deeded for it.
And none of those three surveys that have been recorded with Johnston County demonstrate, show, or reference any easement across that property?
No, sir. I would like to state for the record that the three plats that are shown here tonight were not performed by me, so the title search was not done by me. I don't know if that's good or bad, I'm just letting you know. I didn't draw these.
More confused.
Thank you again. This is Ben Kuhn.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pass to you a citation, NC Gen Stat 47-30F sub 8.
Mhm.
I may pass this out.
You don't have an objection to it?
Luke. Shalane, you familiar with Chapter 47 of the general statutes in connection with subdivision requirements and plat requirements?
Yes, sir, 4730.
Yes, sir. And you see here where it's titled Plats and Subdivisions, Mapping Requirements, correct?
Yes, sir.
You see subdivision F, which says plat is to contain specific information, and then it states, every plat shall contain the following specific information. You see the ellipses, I've left out several different provisions which are not relevant, but I've included subdivision 8, and it states, every plat shall contain the following specific information. 8, all visible and apparent rights of way, water courses, utilities, roadways, and other such improvements shall be accurately located where crossing or forming any boundary line of the property shown. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Is that farm path visible?
Yes, sir.
Is it apparent?
Yes, sir.
Does it have a ditch for a drainage on the southern side of it?
Yes, sir.
Would that drainage ditch be considered a utility?
No, sir.
It drains water, correct?
Yes, sir. I would consider it as part of number 8, I would consider it a water course,
There, correct.
not a utility.
And it would also be an improvement to the property, correct?
I don't know if that is considered an improvement or not. I'm not an attorney. I would consider a water course and or ditch that funnels water, whether it be a drainage way in an open field or not necessarily an improvement, but as a maintenance factor.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Is that farm path visible, apparent, and the water course shown on that subdivision plat?
The water course is not, the path is.
Where is the path shown on that, on the subdivision plat that's before the board tonight?
This is a preliminary subdivision plat produced by the engineer to show how the lots and roads will function.
It's not on there, is it?
I can't see it on there. but I do not know, I cannot speak for what the omission is. I do not think it is an omission by design. I think that it is not a function of this map.
You see the 10-foot landscape buffer, type 8 landscape buffer at the top,
Yes, sir.
and that appears to be in the same general location as the farm path, correct?
They also put that easement along all exterior boundaries. That's what it looks like. But they did on the south side too.
And so it would potentially be conflicting with the existing farm path and its location as shown on the subdivision plat.
Yes, sir.
And people who own those lots are gonna rely on, the subdivision plat when they go to look to purchase property, correct?
Yes, sir, but this is not that map.
That's correct. Not-
Yes, sir.
No, but right now.
It's not even close to a final map, yes, sir. That we used to convey property.
But you would
That's
agree
further
that-
down the road.
But you would agree that it doesn't have any accommodation for the farm path that's used by farm vehicles on the barefoot property, correct?
Correct. Yep.
I have nothing further at this time.
Mr. Lane, prior to final approval of the subdivision, which we are not at right now, will a survey be done showing the absolute lot lines that would meet all the requirements of NCGS 47-30B conducted by a licensed surveyor?
Yes, sir.
And as you said, this is not that survey.
This map is not generated for recordation, conveyance, or sales of land. This is a representation of the proposed plan. There are many criteria and many people, departments that will look at it, make comments on this, that may alter some of these lot lines. Some of these lot lines may need to move to satisfy environmental health concerns, for septic permits, that sort of thing. So all these lot lines ever going to hit all these properties in the exact location as proposed tonight? No, sir, it will not. It will hit probably 95% of them or 90% of them. But this is a representation of the proposed plan. It must be scrutinized by many different departments before the final plat is presented, drafted, and presented to this board for approval. That will be the map that would be used, excuse me, for recordation, conveyance, and sales.
As you said, this is just a preliminary
Yes, sir.
outline of what this subdivision might look like.
For sure, absolutely.
Nothing further.
If I may. So, Mr. Lane, basically you're saying that what they're approving tonight, or what they're reviewing tonight, is not ultimately what would be recorded. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, absolutely.
And then would there be any problem with a condition requiring the accommodation of the farm path with, for instance, a 15 or 20-foot easement that would accommodate that, including maintenance as well as the drainage ditch?
Absolutely.
Not further.
Mr. Kuhn mentioned the word easement. Would the final survey, in order to have an easement, be required to have something of record from the property owner to whoever would be using the easement, be recorded prior to a survey showing said easement?
Typically, an easement is created in a map form first because a picture is worth 1,000 words. So typically what happens is we'll record a map showing the proposed easement, get that map recorded so that the deed can then reflect that map and show the correct location, use, purpose of said easement.
Have you ever drawn an easement across land where the owner of the land using the easement, excuse me, the person using the easement owned the land that the easement was on? Or is it always an easement across someone else's land?
Correct. You don't need an easement for yourself.
So the farm path would have to be completely on the applicant's land for there to be an easement required.
Not necessarily. This farm path on this particular piece of property starts closer to Searles Road on our piece, pretty much down the middle of the property line, and then it gets, I would say 90% entirely on ours when it gets down to a gate, which is approximately halfway through her property, through the neighbor's property, and then it gets back toward the middle. So the path is not perfectly straight.
And so the only easement that we could give Miss Barefoot would be anything that's on our land.
Correct.
That she would be using.
Correct. Yeah, she wouldn't need an easement for herself. But there's, just to help the board out, there's several easements that will be on the final plat, not just for the farm path that is not shown in this representation, because this is a preliminary plat. For one thing, there's no drainage easements on this map. Johnston County Public Utilities will review the stormwater, and the plan drainage easements will be added to that to handle the surface water coming off the road. There's no there's no water line utility easements. There's no dry utility easements on here that'll run along the road front for power, cable, that sort of thing. So there's several different easements that, once it goes through the approval process through all the agencies, that will be added to the final plat and to the design.
And that's normal at this
That's
process?
absolutely,
not to show that.
100%. That's exactly how it goes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Lane,
Yes, sir.
you would agree, though, that whether it be a planning board or town board such as we have here this evening, whether one is tasked with review of subdivision plat, review and approval of subdivision plat, that is often the case that town boards will approve a subdivision plat of a nature like this with a condition that a specified easement would be provided for a fire path of this nature, correct?
I have seen that happen, yes, sir. And it would also be, I don't know about the word requirement or not, but it would be required by this board to approve this subdivision plan with conditions that all the other agency approve it as well. Not just this one particular easement, but water, sewer, all that other stuff needs to be conditioned as well.
Finally, I'd like to call James Johnson.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. And just state your name and address for the record.
James W. Johnson III, 1206 Oak Grove Church Road, Anger, 27501.
Can you also state your background, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, I'm a licensed realtor and auctioneer, licensed real estate agent since 1981, auctioneer since 1981. Opened my firm up in '86, and we sell real estate both traditionally and at auction pretty much on a daily basis, and have been for all that time. I actually sold this tract in 1999 for the Searles family to Mr. Marvin. So I'm very familiar with this tract.
Through your job duties as a realtor, going from residential lots to residential lots, have you ever, detriment to the surrounding area, if a house is built next to a house, is it a detriment to the surrounding area from your point of view as a realtor?
Objection, I don't know, that's more of a land use question as opposed to what his assessment is in terms of marketability of property. I don't know that he's got the expertise necessary to opine on that.
Well, so he's objected to Mr. Johnson testifying in answer to Mr. Burrell's question. It's for the board to determine whether or not he can give competent evidence with his expertise. So although we're much like court here, there's really not a procedure that I'm aware of that gives one or the all of you the ability, I guess you could make a motion that on this issue as to whether or not Ms. Johnston has the expertise to answer it.
Well, I think we really should give everybody a chance to say, and I don't really think it's necessary for the board,
Well,
unless you do.
If for someone to give competent evidence as an expert, it's a little bit different than just evidence in general, but, Mr. Kuhn has the opportunity to cross-examine him, of course, and go into detail further on that. If the board wants to hear the answer, just remember that you have to base your determination ultimately on competent evidence, and you have to weigh in the expertise of the witness in factoring that in weighing that out.
I'll entertain a motion to allow.
I'm a little lost, but I don't know if I need to make a motion to overrule or sustain. But I want to hear his answer, so whatever.
That's enough.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Okay.
To kind of build on that, you're not a land appraiser, correct?
No, sir.
But you have listed residential properties in your job duties as a licensed realtor.
Thousands. Literally thousands in 40 years, yes.
In listing with MLS or any other kind of realtor database, have you ever had to adjust your listing price for a house because there was another house beside it?
I guess I'll preface that by saying it depends on the neighbor. So we all know where there's places where there's adjacent. Generally, no. You know, I mean, that's probably the correct answer, but sometimes there are some adjustments because you got a bad neighbor, but
right.
that can happen anywhere.
The fact that there is a house next to another house, you've never had to list the property at a reduced price because of the house.
House next to house is not an issue typically.
And this area, you said you sold this tract to Mr. Smith in '99. Is this area all residential? I know Ms. Joseph had said there was a commercial business across the street, but on this side of the street, is it all residential?
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's residential agriculture. Yes.
So either residential or open space.
Yes.
Used for agriculture.
Pretty much everything on that road, on the right-hand side of the road crop, other than where the houses are, you know, individual houses.
I have nothing further for Mr. Johnson.
Just a very brief question. Mr. Johnson, if any of those lots up there, let's say for instance, were 200 feet in depth, when you're marketing these properties and if it were changed for some reason, and if we're only 195 feet in depth, i.e. 5 feet less depth, that's not going to have an appreciable impact on the marketability of the lot when it's sold to a purchaser, correct?
I mean, it'll be what it is. If the lot's 180 or 200, I mean,
It's going to be what the house sells for.
well, what the value of the lot is. Could it be adjusted some? Yes, it could. I mean, I just.
It's a 5-foot variance in the lot depth.
I mean, I'm not a surveyor, but
This is what you do for a living.
I don't survey for a living, no, sir.
But you-
I sell land, yes, sir. I would just say that I've never been in a situation where, and Kurt said he had, I've been through hundreds of these, and quite frankly, I've never been in a situation where a town board, and I was on town board for 12 years, or a planning board required somebody to give somebody else an easement, but maybe that's gonna happen here tonight. But this one doesn't go, just so everybody understands, on behalf of Mr. Marvin, and he gives his apologies, he's in his 90s and doesn't drive after dark. So that's why I met with him this morning at 8. You know, them doing any kind of an easement's not gonna get that tract of land to the road. So, I mean, everybody needs to understand that. That's.
Well, that's not the question, but they have access rights over the other properties. You wouldn't disagree with you.
You're the lawyer.
Okay.
I honestly don't know. I mean, I don't know.
That's all I have.
There's a farm path there. That's all I know. There's no easement that I've seen.
I think Mr. Kuhn originally tried to ask if you took part of a parcel off and made it smaller, would it sell for the same price? And I'll put it to you like this. Is a 1 acre piece of land worth the same as a 0.9 acre piece of land?
Again, that's like saying how good is your next door neighbor. I can't, everyone's different. Yeah,
Everything else being the same,
Sure.
does more land cost more?
sure it does. It costs more. He's having to pay for it.
That's it.
Okay.
That's the evidence from the applicant, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I believe you have heard enough to approve a preliminary plat at this time, and I know that Mr. Kuhn has his opportunity to put on evidence, and I believe we will be up afterwards to make our final plea to you. But at this time, the applicant rests.
Now open up to allow the opposed to come forward.
Mr. Mayor, if I were to just question, are there any other parties that are in favor that do wish to speak? We don't presume that there aren't, so.
Are you in favor? No. Or opposed?
Okay. If there's no one else than the applicant, just to make sure to keep this hopefully going in some kind of a meaningful, understandable procedure here. There's no one else in favor other than the applicant. Okay. Then proceed, sorry.
Okay.
Just want to make sure.
Opposed?
Raise your right hand, put your left hand on the Bible. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, and then state your name and address for the record.
I'm Carly Wise. I live 527 Searles Road. I've been there since 2010. These people don't know the traffic.
Mr. Wise, I hate to interrupt you, and I'll let you go and talk as long as you want, as long as Mr. Mayor wants to let you talk. Is there any objection to Mr. Wise having standing? He's testifying, he's under oath. He's not being, at this point, he's not asking to cross-examine witnesses or anything like that. Do any of the parties that have, the applicant and then the other party that has demonstrated standing, is there any objection to his standing?
I would just ask, I know you gave your address, how far from the property in question?
The driveway that you got coming out to the road
Yes.
is bigger than my driveway.
Okay.
No other objection about his standing? Okay. Just for everybody's benefit, I'm not just randomly asking questions here. For someone to testify in a hearing like this, which you can tell is a lot like court, they have to have standing. For instance, somebody couldn't just come down from Smithfield to Clayton and have nothing really to do with this and just start saying one way or the other, right? They don't have no stake in the issue. So Mr. Wise lives adjacent to the property. That's so the substantiation of his standing, so then he'll give his testimony but with standing based on that.
Okay. Searles Road goes from 50 Highway over to 242. They're talking about the traffic. The road is not big enough to handle the traffic, okay? Because this is a main cut-through road. I live there. I see it every day, okay? You also got the bar that's closed down right now. Somebody's going to buy that bar and open it back up. Then we got all that traffic there. They can do this, but they're going to have to widen that road. Because there've been too many wrecks in that corner, in that curve down there. Even my niece. That's a bad road.
His testimony as to traffic impact.
You want to give the reason?
It requires some kind of expert testimony, civil engineer, traffic expert, NCDOT. Unfortunately, a layperson cannot testify to traffic.
So that objection, you understand the foundation of it, right, is although it's not for me to try the side's case here, Mr. Wise does live on the road. The board has to weigh in all this evidence. If somebody's got a bunch of certifications, experience, degrees, et cetera, they'll weigh in on the matter. If somebody lives next door or down the street, they'll weigh in. If they don't know anything about it, and they come in and tell you stuff, well, we probably won't even let them speak because they don't have anything really meaningful to say, no competent evidence to offer. But the board can either make a motion, I don't know, Mr. Kuhn wants to be heard as to his standing.
I'm not as to his
Or,
standing.
I'm sorry, as to the objection about.
As to the objection, I think, and as to his personal experience, I mean, he can't testify as to that, and the board can give what weight to it as they deem fit. As to whether it's expert testimony, that's a different issue.
Well, he can testify to where he lives and the surroundings, but to testify for traffic, unless he's an engineer, you couldn't do that.
The board may want to make a motion as to whether or not he has, you deem his testimony relevant, competent.
You know what?
Basically based on him living on that road.
I make a motion that we should let him speak.
Well, I need to make a motion. I'm so confused. I don't know who what to, but I'm just don't know what's going on here. So maybe I need an explanation of what's going on,
Well,
because I am
this particular
completely
issue,
opposed.
so Mr. Broll objected to Mr. Wise's testimony because he was testifying about traffic. All right,
Okay.
and when you're testifying about traffic, you're testifying about hydrology of land or something like that. You're testifying about something very technical. There's people that go to school and get engineering jobs and other such
Right.
like professions that have a lot of unique knowledge that all of us don't have, and they come up and they offer all that information for this board to consider. Mr. Wise is not, I believe, unless you are an engineer, then you speak up now and I'll shut up, because then you'll have your own foundation for your testimony. But he does live on the street, right? So he's saying I should be able to testify because I live on the street and I can testify to what goes on my street, on my road.
Max made a
Max
motion.
made a motion.
What was your motion, Max?
That we let him speak because he lives on that street.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, you can speak.
Okay,
But not get into the subject you're not an expert on.
okay. The water problems. All the water that comes off of that farmland right there comes down that road, down my driveway to my land. They're talking like there ain't no drainage. It's going to my house, all of it. But Dave State coming out and cut the big ditches to stop it. It still don't stop the water coming. I mean, they ain't looking at all this. It's a bad deal. That's all I gotta say.
You wanna
Rawls?
anyone else want to come that's opposed? Swear him in.
You put your left hand, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Okay, state your name and address.
I'm John Michael McClam. I live on 2330 NC 50 South. I've got some evidence here that I know you guys said that
Hold on a second, Mr. McClam, we'll do the same thing you had to Mr. Wise. We need to get into just briefly your standing. First of all, does any party here object to his standing? He doesn't live on the road, evidently doesn't on Searles
I've-
Road. We can get,
I've got evidence here where it links me to this road.
Let's talk about it. You tell the board.
Okay, well, can I give the
Explain it first, before you start handing out.
the cemetery that my mother and father, grandmother, my whole right there is will be if the road is ever widened, which anybody with any sense knows with the traffic's going to come, that little narrow road, which a fire truck, when it goes down it, one wheel's on the yellow line, the other wheel's on the white line. I've got stuff here I'd like to give to the.
Well, but
We need to rule on your standing first.
That still is getting into an area, unless you're a expert on traffic.
Sir, I've got
How a
pictures.
road, how big a road's gotta be?
With respect, he might still have standing to testify in general. He's not, I don't know at this point necessarily gonna testify as to traffic as a technical matter. So you need to demonstrate some kind of special damage. He's saying that there's a cemetery where his family members buried that is, I guess, adjacent or nearby.
If I could explain, you'll understand. And I've got pictures here to show that, prove it, measurements,
Do you
all
want
of
to
it.
look at his pictures, councils, and see if you have an objection to his testimony, or you want to go into his standing further?
That's my mom and daddy's headstone. It's exactly 16 feet from that stone.
Where is the cemetery? How far up South Road?
This is 50 Highway. This is the first curve, just past Miss Bass, Doreen Bass's house. The cemetery right on the left.
And then how far down Searles Road is this property?
Probably half a mile.
I'd object to his standing, Mr. Parker, as he's not an adjacent property owner, not property that would be impacted by this council's approval. I do not think he would have standing to appeal this to the Superior Court. I'd object to him testifying as a witness.
Okay, let me ask this question
Hang on
then.
1 second. Mr. Kuhn, do you have any opinion or wish to be heard, I guess, about the standing of Mr. McClam? It'll be for the board to decide. Just so you understand, as Mr. Kuhn gets up, you'll have to decide whether or not he has standing, right? So it doesn't, if he's adjacent to the property, that's clear, obvious enough. Obviously, the applicant has standing. Anyone who can demonstrate special damages, some sort of particular harm that would occur to them, if this was allowed, if this project was approved, would have standing. That gets into really the thick of it, but that's where we are, unfortunately. That's just something that these things come up. So what you really need to determine with Mr. McClam is, the issue of the cemetery, is that enough? Does that demonstrate enough of a special damage that he might suffer if this was approved? So, I'm sorry, Mr. Kuhn.
No, I don't have any.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion, we see what he has.
Okay, it's for the board to determine, so that's,
All in favor, say aye.
now you have standing. I apologize for
Close
interrupting.
Well, the only what I'm getting at is, where I've got standing is, if the road is widened and it's only 16 foot from that headstone, this road is the narrowest road in the county that's left, from what I understand. It's only 16 foot wide. 20 foot wide. It's 16 foot from my mom and daddy's headstone. My whole family will have to be moved if that road is widened. For the very simple reason is, everybody's property goes to the center line. So if it has to go 10 foot this way, it'll have to go the same amount this way. It can't be shifted. I've got, may I approach you guys?
Let the lawyers look at it, see if they've got any issue with it.
I only printed out for 7, I told 7 you guys.
I don't count.
The cemetery, well, am I only allowed to talk about just the cemetery? Or can I talk about other things as far as the traffic on that road?
Well, I will caution you just on that. You can testify wherever you want, but if you start getting into things that, like traffic, for instance, since you brought that up, you start getting into things and you don't live on that road, and
What
you
if-
testify about traffic. Now, if you say, I spend all my time on there, you're gonna have to demonstrate that through testimony. So just testify to what you will, and then the other lawyers may object to that and we'll have to get into it.
I'm a partial farmer, and I use that road with my equipment, hay equipment, a lot. So, that's another, I've lived there for 51 years, all my life. Okay, the first picture that you guys has got is just, this is on 50 highway right there, just as a reference of how big the machinery is that is on that road. That piece of machinery come off Searles Road. And if you notice how the tires, he had to get all the way on the ground to let this blazer pass. When you meet this guy on Searles Road, you've got to stop, and y'all have got to work it out how to get around one another. This is all there. Picture number 2 is off of 50 highway is a sharp curve. There's been, I don't know that the people that's been killed right there on that curve. On both sides, especially coming back towards 50. And like I said, you can see how narrow that road is when a fire truck, I had one of the firemen tell me today, he said when he goes on that road, okay. The next picture you guys has got is Miss Doreen Bass. You can see how close the road is to her front yard. If the road is ever to be widened. The next picture is on the right-hand side across from the cemetery is of a rodeo arena. The guys that twice a week are out there, they pull across the road and back in with their long trailers to get into this arena here, which causes a hazard. The
So
next
you're saying they're already causing a hazard?
Well, yeah, that is happening now, but if more what I'm saying, if a lot more traffic comes on, then it's just not a safe road for the traffic.
Okay.
The next picture is my measure tape showing the edge of the asphalt it was 16 feet. And then the next picture is from my mom and daddy's headstone to the edge of the previous picture showed 16 foot. The ditch is right there. The next picture is the same of the cemetery. When I go to the cemetery, there's no place to park except side the road. We go to mow the grass, take care of the cemetery, or to visit our family's graves. You have to park on the side of the road.
John, who owns the cemetery? Your family?
It's Beasley Estates, but most of my family is in that cemetery.
Okay.
The next picture is just the other side of the cemetery. You can see how close these people's front yard. They just bought this house, so I don't really know them. To the edge of the highway. The next picture is right across from this property, said property, if they're wanting to build the houses, is a farm operation. You see all the equipment, big equipment, folding disc, large equipment that uses that road daily. Matter of fact, the board that's tending to said farm, this is the guy. He's setting sweet potatoes on the farm yesterday when I was taking the pictures that they're wanting to put the subdivision on. The next picture is of the same operation. You see he's got a transfer truck sitting there. He's got another truck sitting there, all the potato bins. That creates a hazard for that road. The next picture is of a irrigation pond that's about, and I'm just guessing, make up your own mind, it's probably 75 feet, but maybe 150, 200 feet. It's real low right now, but that pond is a very deep pond. I know that because we used to go swimming in it. It's probably 30 feet deep when the water is, when it's full. This is on the property that is trying to be sold as a subdivision. It's the back there where they say that the park's gonna be or whatever. Can you imagine young kids, as I was, playing around the danger of that pond? Okay, the next picture is the edge of the property here between Miss Barefoot and the field now, which will be houses. The farmer on the left side of the path, he has big, large equipment. Like I said, it's the guy up there on the road that I just showed you previous pictures. Creates a lot of dust. He puts out chicken, turkey litter, manure. Now, can you imagine buying a house right here 20 foot from this backyard, not knowing any of that? And if any of y'all know what chicken litter smells like being put out, it's terrible. But they won't know it till after the fact. Not to mention the dust that's going to come across there. And the next picture is the backside of Miss Barefoot's farm back there is the dam of the big, I call it a mill pond. That's the dam of it. The next picture is of the pond itself. That's a pretty big lake, pond, whatever you want to call it. It's deep it's deep also there at the dam. The next
And as far as this plot up here, it's all the way at the back?
To the right. This pond here. The previous pond is on the property at the very back where they're talking about putting the walk around, dog park, whatever. It's going to be on the property with this subdivision.
This is off the property all the way to the back, and the road in question, as far as the easement on the road, is that it running by this place?
Yes. Yeah. That road don't join the property that they're wanting to build the houses on. But it's all one. That's the farm path that went through there all these years. I'm just showing the pond and the danger of kids that's going to be right near this. And kids, you know how kids are. They're going to be loafing in the woods, and I did, and they are.
Well, I think you've had a chance to show what you have, so let's move on.
Thank you.
May I ask him a couple questions?
Yeah.
They're entitled across in Marcus.
I guess this would be direct.
You didn't, well, we're a little bit outside of the formal rules, guys, I admit, but, do you have any objection to that, Marcus? Yeah, that's fine, he's on your side of the equation, so.
Mr. McClain, just briefly, you're familiar with the secondary impacts of farming, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned some of those secondary impacts, the fertilizer, the chicken litter that's applied, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think a 10-foot landscape buffer is gonna be
No.
effective in keeping those impacts
Not the
from
smell.
residents who live directly next to the farming operation?
Not the smell.
And farm equipment running down the farm path, do you think the subdivision owners are prepared for the impacts of large farming equipment running through the backside of their backyard?
No, sir.
Object to any speculation that he would have of who's going to buy this property and what they may or may not know about farming or expectations.
That's my whole point.
Well,
They're
I'm
not
just
going to
saying.
know. They're not going to know until it's too late when they buy the property.
Hold on. Mr. Burrow made an objection. So, Mr. McClam lives nearby, he has demonstrated board satisfaction. He has standing specifically, I think, more primarily because of the issue of his family cemetery nearby and all that. When he's getting into testimony that's of a more grander nature, that's what Mr. Burrell's objected to. So it's for the board to make that determination as to whether or not this testimony is really not relevant, not competent, because Mr. McClam's testifying to things that he may not know about. So that's for you to decide. Remember,
Sir, I know.
The judges. I'm not making a
I
determination.
know. I've lived there all my life. I know.
I have no doubt.
When I put my hand on that Bible, it's the truth and nothing but the truth,
I
sir.
have no doubt, but it's for the board to make that determination, and the other side gets to object.
That's fine.
It's for the board to decide whether or not.
That's right.
He has the ability.
What's the wishes of the board?
And I appreciate y'all considering what I've had to say here tonight, and I thank you.
He's made an objection. You need to rule on it.
Were you going to allow his testimony to be in?
But just on this particular subject matter.
I make a motion that we allow his testimony.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay. It's in. Anyone else opposed?
Did anybody else want to ask him any questions? The last witness, Mr. McClam?
I just had a couple, and I know you talked about the width of the road and the narrowness of it. Mr. McClam, you said you'd lived in this area for 51 years. Is Searles Road an NCDOT road? State maintained, to your knowledge?
It's a county road.
Have you received any notification that this road is going to be widened by NCDOT or the county?
Nope.
Okay.
But can I ask a question?
Not of the lawyers.
Anyone else wants to come forward opposed?
Okay. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Swear to tell the truth. Okay, and then state your name and address for the record.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Joy Barefoot. I maintain a residence at 398 Searles Road. My attorney, Ben Kuhn, will be speaking for me at the moment. I may add additional comments later.
PowerPoint that I have prepared.
It's, if you get the clicker and just click
Forward.
it's added to this, so just click through all this until you see it. There you go.
Okay. Thank you again. My name is Ben Kuhn with Ragsdale Liggett, 2840 Plaza Place in Raleigh. I am here on behalf of Joy Barefoot. Just as a matter of background, we were here a week ago in front of the planning board, and we had a quasi-judicial proceeding where the record of that was created, which included documentation that we submitted in opposition, which did not appear in the record here before you when the planning board record was presented to you in the agenda materials. I just want to point that out because the planning board recommended unanimously to deny this application because it didn't meet criteria 2, 3, and 4 of your subdivision plan ordinance in terms of the criteria to look for. It did meet the first criteria, which is whether the application will be consistent with the adopted plans and policies of the town. And I think that's important to point out because they went through an exhaustive analysis of it, and that's what's required in this case by you as well. The second criteria is explain how the subdivision meets all the required specifications. And here, this is where we go to the issue of the farm path. Just a little background in terms of the property. One of the things you see up here in the dark area where the blue arrows point, just to orient yourself, are 2 ponds, and the stormwater sheds towards those ponds across Miss Barefoot's property. So the impact of a berm or landscape buffer and the drainage ditch is very important to try to direct that water away. So that's one of the issues that's looking at. This is, of course, it's a total of the subdivision plan that was submitted for your review. Outlines a total of 38 lots. The areas that we have most concern about are the ones here at the top and over on the right where the Hodge Rosenkrantz property is located as well. This is the plat that we discussed earlier. It is recorded in Plat Book 54, page 239. It clearly shows a farm path, and it is in the chain of title of the Marvin L. Smith property. The reason I say that is because I've been involved in one of the most contentious disputes over easements in Johnston County that resolved itself in the Buffalo Creek case over not long ago, where there was a recorded easement that wasn't platted on a subdivision map that was reviewed and approved by Johnston County. It was an easement for a 180-foot wide transmission line. I ended up representing the plaintiffs in that for property owners who found out 15 years later after they purchased their property, Duke Energy came up, knocked on their door and said, by the way, you may not know it, but we've got a 180-foot transmission line, and these lines are going to be going straight through your house. Sorry, but you're going to have to move one day. The reason that happened is because the developer did not plat an existing recorded easement that should have been on there, and in accordance with the subdivision requirements. Now, people say, well, it's not a recorded easement. This is as good as a recorded. They have rights to this farm path, whether it be by a cartway, whether it be by a prescriptive easement, or otherwise. Pursuant to the statute, it's visible, it's there, it should be platted, should be required. It conflicts with one of the elements that's shown on the subdivision plat, and that goes to whether or not, in the second criteria that you look at, explain how the subdivision meets all required specifications. It doesn't. It can't. And I'll also point out to you that the developer, Mr. Clifton, has recently also been involved in a subdivision application before the Johnston County Planning Board where they did grant an easement as a condition to a subdivision application. And I've got a copy of the minutes from November 16, 2021 Johnston County Planning Board minutes that show that they clearly agreed to a condition for a 20-foot easement to accommodate a farm path.
Relevancy. It has no bearing on what this council is required to do.
It's the developer in question who's quoted in the record as saying we'll grant an easement to a farm path.
This is unorthodox in that this isn't really testimony so much as it is argument. But Mr. Burrell's objection is basically that what happened, what Mr. Kim's testified to, was a whole nother case. It has nothing to do with this, right? I think, or Mr. Burrell can argue it. The board needs to determine whether or not, I guess, what weight needs to be given to that. I don't know that you necessarily need a motion, or unless y'all want to be heard further on it.
I'll drop it there,
Yeah,
and we'll move forward. I'm not going to belabor on this point.
You put what weight on that you will, because it's for you to, as the decision maker here, to determine whether or not that's something that should be factored into this or not.
So he's saying ignore it.
Well, I'm not saying ignore it. I'm saying you give it whatever way you wish to give it. And so you have to meet the subdivision requirements in the ordinance. One is to plat out the streets and things that are visible as according to the subdivision plat requirements in the general statutes and with respect to storm, and that's UDO 156.602 sub M is what requires that in your subdivision ordinance. With respect to storm drainage, the same thing. Per UDO 156.604.A2, easements shall be provided where a drainage way traverses the property to be subdivided. There is a drainage way adjacent to that farm path, that's on the southern side, on the property in question, and it's not platted, which means it doesn't comply with UDO 156.604.A2. So that is how the subdivision does not meet all the required specifications of your ordinance. And that is one of the findings that you have to make to be able to approve the subdivision. And I would submit to you that you can't, because it doesn't show it there. And they haven't provided a condition that would provide for it. It also asks you the applicant to explain how the subdivision will not be detrimental to the use or the orderly development of other properties in the surrounding area, and will not violate the character of existing standards for development of properties in the surrounding area. If an easement or other rights are not provided with respect to the farm path, and it's not shown on the subdivision plat, and a condition is not required or as a condition of that, and the landscape buffer is platted in the same location, it's going to be detrimental to the use of my client's property for tenant farming. And it will violate the character of the existing standards for development of properties in the area. They need that road to farm that land. It's going to be detrimental to them. It's been there. They've used it 50-plus years, 70 years. They have rights to it. It's a landlocked piece of property. That's how they get to the property. There is a 16-foot gate. Let me see if I can get to where the gate is. That's the recorded plat that clearly shows the farm path, and a documented easement on the Marvin Smith Trust property is required to secure existing access via this farm path. That is just an aerial picture so you could see the general nature of where it's located. It is on the Marvin Smith Trust property. I will submit to you that that is an aerial. It is not survey specific, but that is the general location of it. What I have outlined here is what we contend is needed here to make sure it will not be detrimental to the use and orderly development of my client, Ms. Barefoot, which would be the 15-foot wide easement for utility and access, as well as a 40-foot landscape buffer with a berm on it with appropriate landscaping, as well as a 6-foot tall opaque fence at the bottom of that berm to be able to guard against the secondary impacts of the farming operations that are going to be literally in the backyard of these subdivided lots. So that's just a close-up. This over here shows where the Rosencrantz property is on the right. They are as close as anyone else and would benefit by. And I would note that the subdivision plat does not have a 10-foot landscape buffer around this portion of the property, of the Hodge Rosencrantz property. People say it, and it's kind of hokey to say it, but good fences make good neighbors. And, you know, it's not necessarily opposed to development, but there are ways to do it in a manner that's consistent with your subdivision requirements so that it's not detrimental to the use or orderly development of other properties. And again, this outlines the Hodge and Rosencrantz property on the right. It's shaded in red. This would be the 15-foot wide access and utility easement across the northern portion, and the 40-foot type C landscape buffer, which would provide more protection, frankly, more protection for the subdivision residents. And you're saying, okay, Ben, that's 15 and 40 feet. How does that happen? Well, this gets into your fourth criteria, how the subdivision design will provide for the distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid or mitigate congestion in the immediate area, will provide for the unified orderly use or extension of public infrastructure, and will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, or general welfare. So the design simply doesn't include any easement for the farm path. That's the first problem. The second problem is a 10-foot landscape buffer is not going to provide enough protection from the secondary impacts of what are pretty significant farming operations that can go on at many times of day when people that are getting out of their garage in the backyard probably will find interesting. This is a landscape buffer and berm that effectively separates and distinguishes different land use patterns. You can see it here. It happens to be, I believe, the development that was done by Mr. I think it was Lanny Clifton who did this one as well. So he's familiar with putting berms and adjacent and separating uses. These are the proposed conditions that we outlined to the applicant previously to try to get them to discuss this with us, which would be to provide a 15-foot wide easement for the existing private farm path and drainage way along the northern boundary of the property and abutting the property owned by Ms. Barefoot, as well as a landscape buffer and berm, a type C landscape buffer with a berm, an average of, I believe we said between 3 to 5 feet, an average 4 foot across the back area of the property, with landscaping on top of it, type C landscaping together with the fence located at the southern toe of the berm. That will keep the kids who are running their bikes or motorcycles out their garages and running over and getting into the fields, getting in where they shouldn't go. It will help ameliorate or limit that to the maximum extent possible. We believe those are reasonable conditions. These conditions would be conditions that would be make the design better. So how would you redesign the subdivision if you wanted to do that? It's not that hard, and it doesn't have that big of an impact. You would shift those lots down by 5 feet, make them 5 feet less deep, make those lots 5 feet less deep, that's 10 feet. You make those lots 5 feet less deep, that's 15 feet. You make those lots.
I'd object to Mr. Kuhn's qualification to redraw a subdivision. He's not a civil engineer, he's not a surveyor.
I'm looking at a map. This is the map they've talked about. I'm providing an alternative way.
Providing a modification to an engineer's drawing.
I'm outlining how the easement and the landscape buffer could be fit within this property without any material change to the nature of the subdivision in a manner that would benefit everybody.
But you have changed lot sizes.
Very minimally by 5 feet
That's a
in
yes.
certain areas. This goes right to standard number 4, the design of the subdivision. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, we're here to judge the presentation, not what the new changes are going to be.
So it's up to the board whether or not that's something that should be considered or not. Again, you weigh it all out, but if it's something you want to say no, again, this is argument, not really testimony. So when attorneys talk, that's why we don't make them get sworn in, right? Because they're making an argument on behalf of somebody else. But it's up to the board if that's something you either want to by motion or just give no weight to. That's up to you.
What's the wishes of the board?
I understand that he's an attorney and not an architect or an engineer, but I think I like to hear common sense. And
I will say, I'm a land use attorney. I've practiced doing land use all over the state. Since 1996, I've been working as a lawyer, and I've been working as a land use lawyer for 20 plus years. I've seen subdivision maps and plats almost every day in my practice. I'm not trying to design a neighborhood. I'm trying to suggest there are ways, minimal ways, to redesign this to protect the surrounding properties, which goes directly to one of the standards you're asked to consider tonight.
Let's go ahead and, what he said,
well,
does everybody agree with that?
Yes, let's move on.
So
let's move ahead.
So these 6 lots, you could reduce the width of them. They're 115-foot wide lots. You could reduce them to 105-foot wide lots, and they're fairly consistent with the width of many of the other inline lots. And it would be, and then you would also reduce those 2 lots, which are each 125 feet in width, and you would reduce those to 110 feet in width, and you would end up getting the 15 feet for the easement and the 40 feet for the buffer, and you would end up reducing the area of the septic area, and then you would shift the lots over to the left, because you have an enormous amount of space over here to the left, where these lots are extremely deep, lots 13, 14, 15, 27, 28, 29, you scoot those over 40 feet, and then all of a sudden you have plenty of room for the 40-foot buffer next to the Hodge and Rosencrantz property, who currently doesn't have any buffer next to it. And you really don't lose any material size of the lots. They end up being pretty much consistent with one another. It's a de minimis adjustment to the lot boundaries. And it provides, in some cases, deeper lots, particularly deeper lots up across the top, so you can provide for the easement and the farm path and a sufficient buffer and berm that's going to protect not just the barefoot property, but frankly, it's going to protect the residents of this subdivision. 10-foot landscape buffer is just not going to do it, particularly on top of an existing farm path. So this is the original subdivision design, and this is what it looks like when it's different, as I've outlined. It doesn't really change that much. And you still get the lot yield, you still sell homes, you still, and you protect the residents of the subdivision from the effects of the surrounding farming operations, which are literally going to be on the backside of these people's backyard. Again, de minimis impact of the subdivision design, a very small and imperceptible decrease in the lot size of select lots. It meets all the lot standards in terms of width, depth, area, and utilities, and creates better, more and better space for a fuller type C landscape buffer along the property boundary, and saves the frankly, it saves the cost of curb and guttering and paving on the southern portion where the stub out is. And it doesn't, and I don't, well, I'm not going to argue that in terms of the marketability of lots, but it essentially lessens the secondary impact of the farming operation to these subdivision lots, which you've heard about from others. And this is where you get back to, is your standards. We didn't argue really as to the first, because we don't think there's an argument that it doesn't meet that standard. We argued as to the second, third, and fourth in front of the planning board. They agreed with us and recommended to you, even though it doesn't appear in your record, they recommended to you unanimously that it be denied as to the second, third, and fourth standards after we outlined this. And again, these people need to know that there's going to be farm operations going on in the back of their yard. They probably like to know that there's some protection for them when they're living back there, as opposed to none. And that's what this would do. So with that, do you have anything to add? Would you come up and please just address some of the issues that you have?
Once again, my name's Joy Barefoot, 398 Searles Road. I grew up there. My father, Hubert Barefoot, owned it. My granddaddy owned it, Handy B. I am an expert on the use of the path. The path has been used for about 70 years. My land is currently being used by a tenant. And if we could pull up that plat, would that be possible, the subdivision? Who's got it? Thank you, I appreciate it. And if I may point out, the tenant has been using the backside, if I may point at it, where it says Rachel Denning, for large farm equipment such as combines, folding disc tractors, you know, the kind of real luxury tractors with air conditioning in it. Been using that because he tends the 45 acres, he also tends my land. And he's been using the backside of this to move the large equipment over to my land to do the farming. Well, with the subdivision going in, this access will no longer exist. And he will have to move the equipment in on the access path, the farm path that goes by my house. And yeah, it's to the north of the property line. Now, right now, if you look at this, they're proposing a 10-foot Class A landscape buffer, which would go to the middle of the path. The property lines exist in the middle of the path, half belonging to me and half belonging to Marvin Smith tract. Well, if this buffer is built to the middle of that path, I will no longer have access for my tenants' farm equipment. Buses with workers will not be able to come in, equipment, tractors. It will be very detrimental to me and to my farm. Now, it has been suggested by the developer that I got to give up something. Okay. I have a propane tank along the edge of the path on my property. I have trees. I have barns. The tenant on my land is farming right up to the edge of the path, so they would lose the crops that they've already got in there. So what I'm asking for is an easement to allow the farm equipment to come in to my landlocked property, because previous paths will no longer be an option for me now or the people who farm my land. I'm also asking for a buffer, as well as the easement, to protect the people in the subdivision. This is a working farm that I have. It's not a nature park. It's not a place to walk your dogs. It's a place where people could get hurt. Kids being kids, they're going to slip out. They're going to say, what's over here? We need some delineation between the two properties. Does anyone have any questions for me at the moment from the board? Now, the person that has been farming my land has been using the back of the Marvin Smith tract for over 20 years to farm my land. He'll no longer have that access anymore. It'll have to come into the path. I'll have to buy new gates, probably 2 14-foot ones, tied, with a lock there. And the reason I have a gate up there also is because I have people who have stolen equipment coming in there at night. People come in during the day. There's no respect for property sometimes. And you've got people that will be coming into the subdivision who will be curious about what's around them. I have probably over 20 no trespassing signs on my property. It hasn't made a lot of difference. So I am asking you to please consider an easement for me so I continue to farm out my land, have access to my home. Does the board have any questions for me? I'd be more than glad to answer.
Well, we saved a question for the board at the end.
This is the end. On your road, on Searles Road, do you see any big problems in the traffic? Say the easement goes through and you keep that road and everything works. Are we going to be dealing with Searles Road the next time we get and start talking about this?
I don't quite understand the question.
Do you see a problem with traffic on Searles Road picking up? I mean, we saw one big combine. I'm sure that that's part of the farming operation.
Yes, sir.
I'd object to her qualifications to testify as to any increase in traffic.
Well, what if it's something that I have actually seen?
You testify on your personal experience.
Okay. Personal experience. They came through and paved Searles Road. The large farm equipment that came down Searles Road to try to get to another land, they caused ruts in Searles Road. The road was actually like when it snows, you see the ruts out there on the highway? That's what kind of ruts were on Searles Road from the farm equipment after it was paved. Because the farm equipment now will no longer be able to access on the backside, but it'll have to be on Searles Road. A lot of it will come out, it'll be on Searles Road. And I would further make a guess that large equipment might be a dangerous thing for traffic. Did I answer your question, sir?
Not really.
Okay, tell me. He won't let me say yes.
Yeah, well, I'm just, you just made another statement that your farm equipment or your tenant's farm equipment is not an issue now, but it will be if they close up this and put it in.
Yes, sir.
So that's not your farm equipment that I saw a picture of on Searles Road?
No, sir. No, sir. The person who tends my land also is currently tending Marvin Smith track.
Okay, and their access in and out is where?
On the back side.
242?
Pardon me?
Where does it come out? Does it come out on 242?
No, Searles Road.
Oh, it comes back out, so it is an issue.
Yes, sir. I guess you would say, yes, sir.
Okay.
It's the safety by him coming on Searles Road, crossing the back of Marvin Smith, so he doesn't have to go back on Searles Road and then come back down the path again. It's much easier for him to access my land on the back side of Marvin Smith. He don't have to get on Searles Road twice.
Okay. Let me ask you one thing. Isn't there something that if there's a road?
No, wait, just a minute. I have to make a note of that question. When you're in your deliberation phase, ask me whatever you want. Mr. Brough has an opportunity to cross-examine her. You're still in the evidentiary part of this hearing, so.
Wow.
I want to answer your question. I
Okay.
will, but.
When can he ask his question?
Well, because the way these hearings need to be held, we're in the evidentiary portion of the hearing. So at this point, the parties present evidence. Evidence is usually what you are. You're a witness. The other party has an opportunity to cross-examine you now in court. So for the board to start deliberating, I'm not a witness. I'm not sworn. I represent the board. As for legal questions, I don't represent a side, obviously, but he has an opportunity to cross-examine you now, so to keep.
So when will he be allowed to ask his question?
After this concludes. So after all the evidence has been.
Ms. Barefoot, I'm through asking you any questions.
Yes, sir.
I need some clarification on something else, so
Okay.
we're good.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't cut short.
No. They'll have, after this concludes, the board will then ask, whether they may call some of you back up. Usually we don't, but they could. But they'll also ask questions of myself and the other staff members and then deliberate that amongst themselves.
Okay. Well, I really hope if you have any questions for me, you will ask, because I'd like to share all the information that I have that will help you make a good decision, an informed decision.
Did you want to cross-examine her?
I just have a couple of questions, Ms. Barefoot, and I'm going to use some terms that your attorney used in asking these questions. Have you ever filed a petition for a cartway?
What's cartway?
Have you
Farm path?
No, a cartway.
No, sir.
Have you ever filed a declaratory action for prescriptive easement?
No, sir.
All right, so this is, in your terms, just a farm path.
Well, it was a farm path. The farm was bought, I think, in the 1950s. And in the 1950s, you know, a handshake was considered your word. And that was what was done at that time. A legal document, it probably should have been done at that time. But in the 1950s, it was not done at that time. Your next question?
That is it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for listening to me. And
Do
I
you
look
have any
for.
other questions?
He said no, I think.
No.
Mr. Kuhn may have any questions for
Yes,
this
sir.
witness. Redirect.
No further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Please feel free to ask any questions you have. I look forward to talking with you.
Anyone else wants to come forward opposed?
You have to do one at a time.
So which one wants to go first? You need to raise your right hand, put your left hand on the Bible. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And and then you need to state your name and address for the record.
My name is Gabby Rosenkrantz. I live at 440 Searles Road with my husband, Tyson Hodge. We moved into this home in October, and we moved from southeast Raleigh-Garner area. We moved because we were trying to get away from all of the growth in the suburbs over in Garner area. All of those roads that are being expanded, there's tons of construction, and that's exactly what we were moving away from. Then come to find out, this is exactly what we're moving to, unfortunately.
Ms. Rosenkrantz, remember that issue is standing, that's where I jump in and start to step on everybody's toes, and I apologize in advance. Just want you, I would testify, is there any objection, from where I can tell you, you may want to just testify to the board that kind of where you're located, because all this keeps getting thrown around.
We're directly adjacent. We're the Hodge Rosenkrantz household, directly adjacent on the corner there, so we actually have 2 of our property lines that will be affected by this.
Great. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, so really, we're just worried about privacy, security, and the disruption of peace within our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is extremely peaceful. You know, when we moved in, no one made us aware of the fact that, you know, we're going to deal with farming. We don't look at it as though we're dealing with it because, you know, we moved in and we saw that there was a farm behind our house, and we kind of like it that way. So the tractors and the farming that go on back there are not a disturbance to our peace because we use our common sense. But the kind of people who would, this could be hearsay, but I did live in the suburbs, the kind of people who live in suburban neighborhoods like this are not typically the kind that would appreciate farm equipment, farm noises, farm smells, 2 a.m. in the morning or whatever time it might be. So it wasn't made aware to us, and that would be a concern of mine for those who would be moving into these neighborhoods. And then just the noise. Beasley Estates, north of our property, there's tons of through traffic that comes through that, and I can attest to that because I see it every day, hear it every night. Lots of loud music in those cars going by our house and my neighbors' homes. And we know, there's no denying that that will increase because you're talking about 39 properties on this one, but then the property adjacent to that would be 16. So whatever those numbers equal, additional cars coming past our home. And
as to evidence of increase of traffic.
I mean, usually people come with cars, so that's just all I'm saying. So I was just wanting to say that we oppose, and that's it. Thank you for your time.
One real quick question. You said that when you moved, you saw farm operations in existence.
We didn't necessarily see it because we moved off season.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
Sorry. We didn't see farm operations because we moved off season. We moved in October. I don't think there was really any farming, active farming going on, if my memory serves correctly. It really started early spring when we really noticed any farming. And again, we moved out here with respect to the fact that we're moving into this kind of farming community, with respect to the fact that the smells and all of that are going to come along with our property. I'm just saying that there's not a lot of people out there who may do that as well. And there's also the fact that in this property where these houses will be built, with Miss Barefoot's property, it's not directly apparent. I really had no idea that Miss Barefoot had a tenant that farmed her land because that tractor stays, from my viewpoint, I mean, I'm not super nosy. I'm not looking over at her land like, oh, what's going on over there? But with the fact that the tractor usually stays on the track that we are talking about tonight, I was never really aware that that was the case. Never really paid that much attention. So the fact that that is farmed on directly adjacent to the properties, I would, as someone who would buy property like that, I would want to know if it's not obvious that those types of equipment are going to be basically in my backyard. And it could be argued that it's not obvious.
Do you have any other questions?
Nothing further, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else wants to come and Opposed? Anyone else wants to come as opposed? Okay, we go into the,
Well, Mr. Burrell's got an opportunity, both council, I don't know if they'd like, an opportunity to
Make a final statement.
some final statement.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, what you have to do is weigh the evidence that you have heard before you tonight, and tonight only. And you have heard testimony from Mr. Bagley, a certified engineer, Mr. Johnson, a certified realtor, and Mr. Lane, a certified surveyor, as to the findings of fact. Number one, it meets the required plans and policies that are in effect. They meet those. We have the submitted application, and it's a requirement to follow all the adopted plans and policies of the town in order to get final approval. This is just a preliminary approval to get started. Number two, the subdivision meets all required specifications of the UDO. We have contingent upon Johnston County stormwater. We have contingent upon NCDOT approval. We have a contingent upon final survey. This is not a survey. This is an engineer's drawing. The specifications that are met are open space subdivision, which we have the required amount of space for that. The density for the zoning requirements, we meet that. The access to it, the two access points, we have that. We meet the specifications of the UDO. Number three, the subdivision will not be detrimental to the use or orderly development of other properties. You have heard from Mr. Bagley and Mr. Lane and Mr. Johnson. Property lines will not affect other properties. The use is residential. The adjacent use is residential. No detriment to the use of the properties or the development of other properties in the surrounding area. Will not violate the character of existing standards. It's residential agriculture. It's residential around it, farming behind it. Nothing's going to change as far as that. And how the subdivision design will provide for the distribution of traffic. That's the two access points that we have. Mitigate congestion. Mr. Bagley has testified as an engineer that there's no significant increase in traffic. Yes, there will be some more cars because there are more people. But a significant increase is different than just an increase. Traffic will be distributed accordingly. We'll provide for the unified and orderly use or extension of public infrastructure. It's septic. Infrastructure is fine here. Will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, or the general welfare. We're keeping the wetlands the same. We're not affecting the environment in the back. We have public health, safety, everything covered. You have heard no material or competent evidence to negate any of these findings of fact. You have heard some testimony that has no relevance to the findings of fact, and you've heard quite a bit of argument from Mr. Kuhn, but no material competent evidence against any of the findings of fact. And let me go through a couple of things, kind of the opposition brought up. The NCDOT, it's required that NCDOT signs off on the final approval. To get NCDOT to do that, we have to have your preliminary approval. As Mr. Lane said, we can't get that started for NCDOT until we get through this part with you. Johnston County stormwater controls, there was a question about where the stormwater drainage is going. You've adopted Johnston County as your stormwater control authority. To be able to finalize the plat, we have to have Johnston County stormwater and erosion controls approval of where this stormwater drainage is going to go. To be able to get them to take a look at this, we have to have preliminary approval. We can't show you until we have a preliminary plat. And then finally, the survey. What is before you is not a survey done by a licensed surveyor. It's an idea of what the survey, the property and subdivision will look like. Before the subdivision could go forward, a final survey has to be done. And it has to be recorded. And when it is done, it will show all the easements, all the necessary requirements of a recordable survey. This isn't a recordable survey. It's to get that first step started. Impact of farming, it's not a requirement before you tonight. Impact of potential buyers, not a requirement tonight. What happened at the planning board has no bearing about what you heard tonight. You don't know what the planning board heard. Only thing you can decide on is what you heard tonight. There is no existing easement platted or recorded through a deed of easement. There has been no cartway petitioned from the Johnston County courts. There has been no prescriptive easement declared by a judge of the Johnston County courts. Mr. Kuhn has offered a 15-foot easement, a 40-foot buffer. My math says that's 55 feet. If you give him 55 feet, that is a taking by the town. And when that happens, you go into the eminent domain category of the town. So we would say this does not need to happen. Any kind of easement would be between the applicant and adjacent property owners that could be worked up outside of these proceedings. What is before you tonight is the preliminary application. A lot of talk was done about a landscape buffer. It is not required for this subdivision. The applicant has put in a 10-foot buffer as a favor, but it is not a requirement. Mr. Kuhn brought up a berm. He showed you pictures of berm. And on that it said separated uses. This property is residential agricultural. The property beside of it is residential agricultural. The uses are the same. The berm would be required to separate uses. That is not what we have here tonight. The evidence before you supports the findings of fact. And we would request that the council find that the applicant has met all 4 findings of fact, and then subsequently, we would ask the council to grant preliminary approval of this subdivision application. Thank you.
And I would just point to the evidence, essentially, which is the subdivision plat, as well as the surrounding properties, as well as the recorded plats that have been introduced and provided to you that clearly show the farm path on the northern edge of the property sought to be subdivided. And then you look at your standards. Explain how the subdivision meets all required specifications. And the subdivision plan, according to UDO 156.602M, must make accommodation for this path used by Ms. Barefoot and in order for her to provide notice to owners of the subdivided lots that the use of that path is going to continue for farm equipment. That hasn't been provided, it hasn't been offered, and it's not there. And the statute says if it's visible or apparent, and you saw in the overhead aerial pictures, it's visible and apparent, it's not there. And so by its own submission, which is evidence in this case, it doesn't meet the specifications of the subdivision ordinance. That goes the same with respect to the storm drainage ditch that's alongside of it, because UDO 156.604A2 says easements shall be provided where a drainage way traverses the property to be subdivided. And that's been confirmed through the testimony, I believe it was Mr. Lane. And so there are elements of this, and also by the state statute, NCGS 47-30 sub F sub 8, which requires those elements to be on the subdivision plat. And again, this is one of those situations where this has real life consequences. I mean, the Buffalo Creek case is a little extreme, but it is illustrative about what kind of impacts can have if things aren't platted on a subdivision plat. It's not on there. It doesn't meet your requirements, doesn't meet the state statute. What you have before you cannot be approved based on the evidence and their application that was submitted. And I'm just making arguments based on their evidence. I don't think there's any other choice that you have but to deny this subdivision. And I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, that's their arguments. They've called all the witnesses they want to call and submitted all the evidence they want to submit. So now you close that portion and go into your deliberations. You can
Back to
still
the
ask
board
questions.
now for deliberation.
I have a question for Aaron. I would say,
As Aaron's coming up here, if the board wants to just agree, not necessarily by motion, that since this is a more complicated case than this board is used to, at least for my time representing it, you may want to reserve the right to call witnesses back up if you have further questions of them. Typically, once we close the evidentiary period, then that's it, but this hearing is the board's hearing, so I think just as a matter of procedure, if you want to reserve that right, if you want to ask not just Aaron or other staff and myself, but if you want to ask any of the parties or any of the witnesses questions, we want to reserve that right.
As long as the attorneys can rebuttal.
Yep, they're here, hopefully they're gonna leave, so.
Okay.
Aaron, in the UDO, does it state sidewalks and curb and gutter?
Yes, all subdivisions require sidewalks, curb and gutter when it's attached to sewer, and utilities.
So there's nothing in the UDO that regards to that. If they're not connected, they can have open ditches.
Right, they can have open ditches, they can submit a waiver, against the sidewalks,
Because I noticed in the thing, in the comments, it says sidewalks, as per the UDO, but in the bottom part, on the applicants, he submitted that everything would be open ditches.
Right, and so they will submit the waiver to request that it's open ditches without sidewalks.
Should that waiver been included in this?
Yes.
Is it included?
That would be part of the evidence, so that if they haven't submitted it, if they put it on their application, that's something that
Because I didn't see it.
that it needs to be submitted at the time of the hearing.
So is this, can I ask a question? Is this not the hearing?
Ma'am?
Is
Yeah.
this not the hearing?
It is.
And it was not presented?
No, not that I've heard tonight.
Well, and I don't even know if because right now, I'm be honest with you, I'm so confused, I don't know which way I'm going. And I'm not sure that I can legally ask you this question, but were the findings met?
You have to.
I have to.
Determine that.
That's up to this board to determine.
What can I ask you?
You can ask me, but I can't make that determination either. So
I don't need you to make the determination, I just need you to tell me if you think they were met.
It's not proper for me to make
Oh,
that
okay.
call. If I did so, and representing the board, I would be taking
Okay,
side of the
I
other.
got you, okay.
Well, you could go through it step by step.
I'm more than happy to do that with you and work on the analysis of it. That is what I'm here for, but not to just tell you, I think they were met or they weren't met. That wouldn't be proper.
No, I'm saying they can go through it one at a time.
Absolutely, and I
decide.
highly advise that you do that with consideration of all the evidence you heard. Remember, you heard a lot of evidence, lawyers make argument, witnesses give evidence, there also was physical evidence submitted. All of that evidence needs to be considered, and I would go through each one step by step. Especially in this case, it's gonna be too complicated to go and just sort of take it in mass, roll it around your head, and make a determination.
Aaron, I got another question.
Okay.
With the waiver not being submitted, because that preliminary plot does not show sidewalks or anything. So technically, with the waiver not being submitted, it should be showing sidewalks, correct?
Right, it should be showing sidewalks, and the applicant should request a waiver at the time of the hearing to be approved by the board.
And Aaron, and what about the easement component? Should that have been?
The UDO states that when the final plat is submitted, that all drainage easements and rights-of-way easements dedications must be shown on the final plat,
But
not the
necessarily
preliminary plat.
okay.
I have a question. The one plot of land is residential agricultural, and the other is residential agricultural. And the point kept being made that residential doesn't affect other residential. But they didn't seem to address does residential affect agricultural. It seems like it does. Is that something that should be taken into account as we address that?
Well, residential, in the residential agriculture zoning district, residential single-family detached, as well as certain agricultural uses are permitted by right in that district. So there's no differentiation between the uses in that district. They're both permitted by right, and the UDO doesn't prescribe any standards, any buffers when you have the same district boundary. If it was RA and a commercial, then the Class C buffer would come into play because it's two separate district boundaries. But being that they're all zoned the same, there wouldn't be a district boundary in place.
This might be an out of bounds question, but it seems like, I'm just making an observation. It seems like that they're not that far apart. It looks like that they could change the buffer and reconfigure a little bit and make it all work. And I'm having a little trouble not understanding why they didn't work right now and work that out.
Well, that's up to the applicant and the property owners to decide that on their own.
I wanted to ask Ike a question a while ago. Is there not some kind of, I don't know, grandfather or something, if I have a road that is cut through going into my property and it's landlocked, and a developer comes up 50, 75 years later and wants to sell that, don't I have some rights that road has been in there and they're gonna have to do something?
You heard testimony that you need to consider on that, but if you ask me as your legal counsel regarding the farm path question, I think all the testimony was from both sides that it was a farm path, and that it was, that is simply a way of describing a path, just what it is, a path that's been going across land for some distance, for some period of time, usually a long time, and used primarily agricultural purposes. There was no evidence about any kind of an easement or anything like that. When you say grandfathered in, I think what you're kind of referring to is like a prescriptive easement argument, where you would come in and say, I've been using this for so long, I can keep using it. The law gives me the right to, if I can sustain that action in court, the law gives me the right to use it in perpetuity. So a farm path is well, you need to base your decision on the evidence that was presented to you. But if you ask
So
my
neither side is wanting to shut it completely down. They just need to get together, and the easement is really the biggest problem that we're looking at?
I'm more than happy for the two other councils to come up and correct me or give their own opinion on it, but I would describe a farm path to you something like, if I had a farm path similar to what's being described over my land, I would probably assume the fact that it was something that was always going to have to be contended with, especially if you've been there many, many years. And I don't know if anyone testified exactly, many, many leaps, something like 50 years, I think was at one point testified to. However, if I got to my tract by a farm path, I would not feel confident that I had an absolute vested legal and marketable right of access to my lands. So it's a little bit of a gray area in between. And again, I'm more than happy for, since we're still in this hearing, if the parties want to come up, because I'm just giving my legal opinion to the board, which is under my purview, but we're an evidentiary here, and I don't want to step on anybody's toes. I just want to offer evidence on this. So, but that would be, I think, a fair way to describe it to you, Mr. Chandler. It's there. It's evidently been there a long time. It could blossom into rights if you file an action. I've been involved in those cases myself over the years, having to litigate farm path issues. Some have been there 100 years, right? But there's nothing on public record that you can go and print out from the Register of Deeds and say, here's my recorded absolute, nobody can take it away from me right? So it's a little bit more of a nebulous thing.
Is this the path, Miss Barefoot, with the fence across it that we were handed?
Yes, sir. One we've been using for about 70 years. And I can get witnesses in the neighborhood to say it's
I don't
been
need
used for
witnesses.
70 years.
Is Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, you said that you had sold this land before.
Yes, sir.
30 years ago.
Not 30, 99.
Whenever.
99. June of 99, I believe it was.
Okay. So you sold which property?
I sold the whole
property
Searles farm. I think at that time there might have been, I'm going from memory, maybe 70 acres. I think it was 70, but I may be wrong because it went all the way back up on around the curve on Searles
Okay.
Road. This was the northernmost tract.
Okay. And who owned it then?
The Searles family, I think it was John and they were both deceased. Geraldine. Dan was the one I dealt with, but I think it was his parents or something early on. I didn't know them, but I know
And
Dan.
y'all had the property that adjoined them.
Yes, sir. It's landlocked. My property's landlocked.
Okay. Did you ever think about at that time buying it?
If I won the lottery, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, that's I just.
Yes, sir.
If you had had the money, it would be yours right now, right?
Yes, sir. I just
Okay.
didn't have 25,000 acres.
Okay.
And just while I'm here,
Yeah.
you know, I represent Mr. Marvin, and you know, it's easy to say what everybody needs to do, but just keep in mind that everything affects. Mr. Marvin bought this tract for his grandkids when he bought it, and he's selling it now, and the money is going into that trust. The property's in the trust, but that money is going to his grandkids. I mean, if it's not developed, I mean, it's kind of like saying it's going to be farm forever, which I own farmland and I sell to farmers and for farmers all the time, and I'm certainly in favor of it. But at the same time, that was his investment and part of his retirement, and he's got the opportunity to sell it at this time, and that's why he's selling it. So everything that's a major assessment there it is a detriment to him. So he's got rights just like everybody else does.
We're getting back into giving evidence, guys, so,
Well, that's real evidence there if you're talking about taking
I appreciate you.
acre and a half of his land.
I appreciate you, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Mr. Coon, you want to ask him anything
No.
on that?
Because he was talking about 5 feet, now he's
No, I
going
don't
50
wanna ask
feet.
him anything.
At the board, at this point, the board may ask questions of some of the witnesses. Just do your best here. I'm not trying to be the
That's fine.
policeman.
That's fine.
Got those in the back of the room.
Yeah.
But just come up, answer, if Mr. Chandler, Mr. Holly, anybody has a question, answer the question, just stick to that. The parties do have the right to still cross-examine you on things though, so let's try to keep it to just.
I
what
want to
they're
know
asking.
about the road you told me. There's not a grandfather that it goes
Look, like I
75
said,
years or 50
again, I
years.
think that the best way I can describe it is it's nebulous, right? It is something that has definitely been there. It is something that may be the makings or the beginnings of a right to be claimed in a lawsuit. That again, and without getting into the statutory, well, we can if you want. We'll be here all night anyway. So if you want to talk about the finer points of prescriptive easements and all that, I go try to dust off the cobwebs all the way back to law school and go to the pattern jury instructions and read you what's required. But essentially, to sum it up quickly, it's, if you can demonstrate you've been doing something for so long, then you may have, that right may have blossomed into a permanent right. right? So this farm path is something like that. However, the testimony was that no lawsuits had been filed, nothing, there was no procedure, no court proceeding or anything like that had been undertaken, so it still exists in sort of in this limbo where there is a farm path. The evidence before you is that it's been there, I've heard 50 and 70, many, many decades. It's been used. It's used to access that tract, and but there's nothing on record that vouches for its actual legal existence. So it's a
One
little
element
bit.
on that, because it really is the key, is because it's landlocked.
Yeah, well,
And because some of the access that it currently enjoys is over the Marvin Smith Trust property, that's gonna stop. So the only way they can get to the landlocked parcel after that is this farm path. And that brings up the issue, not just a prescriptive easement, but an implied easement, an easement by necessity. Just because you don't litigate it doesn't mean it doesn't exist and those rights aren't there. You would have to go in front of a judge to have it put on a piece of paper and have it filed and recorded. But those are the main elements of a legal claim that
I'm just trying to find out if the path was 10 foot over on Miss Barefoot's land, would we be having this discussion?
if the path were all on her property.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Is the path the issue here?
It's not just the path, it's the drainage way, and you also have areas for maintenance.
Yeah, but that's
Because
part of it.
If we went to court, we would be trying to get a 15 or 20 foot wide easement so we could have area for maintenance. You have to be able to maintain a road, and that's not necessarily done within the confines of the road. And of course, those are issues that come up. Those are just issues that come up. I'm not arguing anything. I'm just providing information back and forth.
But the basis of it all is the fact that this path goes across part of the Smith property and not all on Miss Barefoot's property. So to answer your question, if it was all on Miss Barefoot's property, no, we would not be talking about this path because she doesn't need an easement for a path that is on her land.
But it is.
But it is, so yes.
Okay. But would we even be talking about any of this, or would it be kind of more cut and dry?
It would definitely be more cut and dry.
Okay.
One of the things you said about taking 50 feet away, the whole time I've looked at the map, I wondered, because you got a big area of open land, so why couldn't that count for that? Not burn, what do you call it? 40 feet, whatever 40 feet is called. Why couldn't you just make things more rectangular and take that and use that as unbuilt on land?
I'm not the engineer, but I think what they were looking for was something more than just a buffer. You know, what he was requesting was a 40-foot with a fence and all kinds of stuff. I mean, there's a difference between an easement and then we start getting into keep moving over. I mean, if it was 40 and 15, it was 55 feet, and I don't know, I think it's some 900 plus feet. It was about an acre of land that it would change the calculations. I don't know, and I mean, the engineer may could tell you.
Would that be the cost would be very expensive that way?
Well, I mean, you start out with the cost of the land, yes, sir.
So, again, do you want to ask him any questions, Mr. Coon?
No, because the hearing was closed. It's not evidence.
Well, the board, do you want to reserve your right to call any of these witnesses back up here to ask them questions? Which will give the attorneys the right to ask them further questions, of course. Or do you want to completely close this and there be no more questions asked of anybody out there, just a debate amongst yourselves?
Well, I mean, that's basically where we are. It's in the deliberation of the board.
I think
but they can ask questions, but you don't.
Well, the attorneys are going to have the right to ask questions as well. So, just in the interest of keeping things neat and clean, and also of time, I'm just asking, do you wanna put a stop to the question part, or do you think that you still need to get more evidence? Cause that, if you need more information, then now's the time to do it.
Is
And
the
y'all
board
have
happy
opportunity
with
to
what they,
ask questions.
the information they have to make a decision?
I'm not.
Okay.
I don't know about anybody else. Are you?
I'm still trying to figure it out.
What can we do? Can we table this? I mean, can you do that?
You can continue the hearing.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Can we table this for tonight to a later date? Because I'm really not understanding all I
You
need to
can.
know.
You can, if you need more information from any of the parties, then you can go sort of have a renewed opportunity for submission of evidence, or if you just are concluding the evidentiary portion of this hearing and you just want to table it in the interest of time and humanity, because it's 10 o'clock.
Yes,
and
it
there's more
is.
to get to, and you just want to do your deliberation later, unless there's somebody that's going to object to that.
Yeah, but I think,
I would be fine with tabling it and bringing it back later for deliberation, but not to open the hearing back up.
And I have no objection to that either.
Okay.
As long as, if we're closing the evidentiary part, it's correct.
So procedurally, it's gonna get unwieldy, to say the least, if we come back with more, unless there's something specific this board says, we need more information on this, we want more information brought back, bring us this information. If there's something specific like that, that maybe you wanna mine, or you want parties to bring forward to you. If there's not, if you've heard the evidence, that's what evidence is, it's sort of like court, that's the evidence that they chose to present to you, right? And they've concluded that process. So now we're in the deliberation phase. If you wanna continue this for the purposes of deliberating later, there's nothing wrong about that.
but you could also go through the points and see where you are.
That's up to the board.
Before.
That's up to the board.
I mean, you're leaving here with no resolve of any kind.
Well, I'm not understanding any resolve of any kind right at this point, so I'm not ready to.
They presented the evidence, and we have to be able to make a decision on what they presented.
I want to ask,
I speak freely.
You're on the board. You speak, say what you will.
I mean, the consistency with the adopted plans and policies of the town, I think in the first part, what I asked about the sidewalks, the waiver not being submitted, that's already been knocked out. Correct?
That's a technical question, I guess Aaron can speak to.
Because the waiver, UDO specifies sidewalks.
Right,
Unless they got a
specify
waiver.
sidewalks. Mm-hmm.
They don't have a waiver.
Right,
So that plot plan should be showing sidewalks.
sidewalks. I believe the consistency with adopted plans and policies of the town is speaking to your land use plan. What you may be referencing, if I could say, the subdivision meets all required specifications
There you
in
go,
this
something like-
chapter.
yeah.
If that's what you. I don't think I can speak to the applicant wanting to submit a waiver, and I believe that was the intention. I don't know if it was omitted with everything else, but.
So we should be approving a plan tonight, just to include sidewalks.
Or have a waiver that was requested.
But we don't have a waiver.
Right.
That's where I seen they said they were they were going to put a condition, nothing about requesting a waiver.
It's not my proper for me to argue it if that's what that intention is, but it's not my. I know what the Unified Development Ordinance says, that a waiver must be requested at the time of the hearing, and there are specifications, and I
that
can read
waiver
those
is a
off.
form that you have to sign.
No, it's not a form. It's not a form. It just says that I have it right here.
And instead of putting salt, ain't there something like in lieu of, they're gonna pay extra, just curiosity.
Mike,
Sir.
we got to come to some resolve.
That's
What is the wishes of the board?
The waiver is specific to the curb and gutter unless granted a waiver by the Town Board of Commissioners, all public streets inside the corporate limits of the town and outside the town when water and sewer is connected to the utility system shall be constructed with curb and gutter. See Appendix A for approved street cross-sections. I believe in our Appendix A for cross-sections, it doesn't, for the open ditch section, it doesn't have sidewalks on it. And so that may be what, I don't want to speak for the applicant at all on what they intended for that, but it does not show sidewalks in that street section. And so that's like I said, I don't want to speak for the applicant because that's their duty to present that at the hearing. But then in your approval criteria, there are some stipulations as to when a waiver can be granted. And I have that right here as well.
Did you make a motion to table it?
You said give them some resolve. Let's give them some kind of indication.
It's like to me they have to solve this sidewalk issue.
Yeah, they gotta solve the sidewalk issue.
Okay, so waivers, this is section in the UDO 156706, 7A, where the Town Board of Commissioners finds extraordinary hardship or practical difficulties may result from strict compliance with Article 5 subdivision. It's actually Article 6 subdivision standards. The intent of this chapter may be served by a greater extent by an alternative proposal. A waiver may be granted. A waiver shall not have the effect of nullifying the intent or purpose of this chapter, and the planning board shall not grant a waiver unless the planning board makes findings based upon the evidence presented in each case. The granting of the waiver will not be detrimental to the public safety, health, or welfare, or injurious to the property or improvements in the neighborhood. The conditions upon which the request for a waiver are based on are unique to the property for which the waiver is sought and are generally applicable to other property. And because of the particular physical surrounding, shape, or topographical conditions of the specific property involved, a particular hardship to the owner will result as distinguished from a mere convenience if the strict letter of this chapter are enforced and the purpose of the waiver is not based upon financial consideration. In granting a waiver, the Town Board of Commissioners may require such conditions as will, in its judgment, secure substantially the objectives of the standards or requirements of this chapter. So in the past, when we've had subdivisions that have been in the ETJ with open ditch sections, the town has granted a waiver for sidewalks and it's been submitted along with the application and presented in their case. It's not something that I ask for the applicant. They have to submit it. And so.
You've not received no waiver.
Right. It hasn't been discussed at all this evening until you just brought it up.
Well, if that's the case, then I suggest that we've not met all the findings. Is the way I'm seeing it. So with that, can I make a motion again? Oh, he is that long.
Do you have a screen?
It's on here.
If I may, really quick, I've been in conversation with Mr. Kuhn, and the applicant, as far as the path, we are willing to do a 20-foot easement along Ms. Barefoot's property with a 20-foot buffer, Class B buffer, with a 3-foot berm in the buffer, and then also a buffer around the Rosenkrantz property as well. It is my understanding, Hodge property, I would call it, with the rectangle piece up front. And based upon that, I believe
We would be supportive of a subdivision plan with that 20-foot easement for their farm path and access and their utilities, which would be the storm drainage, and the 20-foot wide buffer from that point, in addition to that 20-foot easement, with 3-foot berm within that 20-foot buffer and type B buffer in there, yes.
And that would be a condition to show upon a final plat when it comes before you as for final approval. So, accept the preliminary plat with the condition of the 20-foot easement, 20-foot buffer.
The issues come up with sidewalks, and so, I don't know, Aaron, you're a technical expert, but can the board's concern about that be ameliorated by them?
A request?
That being conditioned also, that, you know, you making a condition in the approval consistent with their agreed upon stipulations as well?
And just not to cut you off.
No, please.
I believe in our application it says that the subdivision will be designed in accordance with all rules pertaining to the town of Benson. So any requirements for sidewalks or waivers that need to be done, it's going to be designed in accordance with all the rules required by the town. And I think that's what Mr. Bagley was trying to say earlier.
It stated that roads will be turned over to DOT and there will be open ditches.
Right, there'll be open ditches,
Yeah.
and so
So
those two
not
things,
requesting a waiver.
conflict. So it's not typical that you see open ditches and sidewalks. I'm not a technical expert on the roadway. We've always approved them with without sidewalks in the ETJ. I don't know if you want how you want to handle that and consider that, because it may be the applicant's intention to ask for that waiver, but you know, that would be something that would need to be figured out, because if it's open ditch, then they would have to have still have sidewalks per our Unified Development Ordinance, unless you grant a waiver this evening.
It sounds like they've worked out the differences, and I think what he said, that in the next hearing, that will be settled as far as the ditches and the curb and gutter.
That's correct, and that would be, all have to be shown before you for final approval. The ditches, the easements, the drainage, everything like that. Whether there's a waiver granted by the council or there's sidewalks put in, that's the final decision, final plat approval is all conditioned upon that.
I think we ought to consider going ahead and going through the process now that they've worked out their differences and see where we stand.
How do we say it? I was going to ask Mr. Burrow, do you have something that, for the benefit of the board, if they were to incline to approve this, making their motion, that they could reference in terms of this amended stipulation, I guess, as far as the berm and the easement and all that?
Yeah, and kind of my suggestion would be at the end that a motion to approve preliminary plat on the condition of the 20-foot easement and a 20-foot buffer as agreed upon by the parties. As offered by the applicant. And it's a condition of the approval that this comes to fruition prior to the final submission.
So it's 20-foot easement, 20-foot buffer?
with a 3-foot berm in the buffer.
3-foot berm.
Class B buffer.
Access and utility easement.
To be recorded from the applicant to
To
Ms.
Ms.
Barefoot. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Um,
Well, no, just that's to Ms. Barefoot.
Okay.
Buffer is just a.
That's a-
Walk me through that motion.
That's a wordy motion.
Walk me through the word.
So, I think we'd do well to at least go through the motions of each one of these, and then at the end, as Ms. Burrow will say, we go through and say, we find, make a motion that it is consistent with the adopted plans and policies of the town, yea or nay. Subdivision meets required specifications, chapter, yea or nay, et cetera, et cetera. Then at the end, motion to approve with the stipulations, and I'll give them to you at that time. It is 20-foot easement, access and utility easement being granted from the applicant to Ms. Barefoot. 20-foot buffer with a 3-foot berm to be installed adjacent to that, and then compliance with the sidewalk and any other
Type B buffer.
type B buffer.
Are you waiving the sidewalk requirement, or are you requiring it?
Just compliance with so
Okay.
either you're gonna put them in, or you're gonna request a waiver that they'll have to be approved, and if it's not, you're gonna have to put the sidewalks in. And every other condition of the UDO, which is obvious, but, so that's what I would suggest the board does, is go through each one based on their agreement.
How about somebody that can see it, read
Yes.
it?
Max is fixing to do it right
Do you
now.
want me?
I make
do
a
it.
motion that we approve the consistency with the adopted plans and policies of the town sentence.
All in favor, say aye.
Ah,
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, number 2.
I submit the subdivision meets the required specifications of this chapter.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Number 3.
I propose the subdivision will not be detrimental to use or orderly development of other properties in the surrounding area and will not violate the character of the existing standards for development of properties in the surrounding area.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
And then you go to the next one with the whole thing. Okay, so here's where it get a little tricky.
I didn't do number 4, is that all right?
Yeah.
Oh.
You did.
I didn't do number.
Oh, you did?
So-
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, my bad. My apologies.
I'd like to make a motion that the subdivision design will provide for the distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid or mitigate congestion with the immediate area and provide by the unified and orderly use of or extension. Yeah, okay, great. Extension of public infrastructure and will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, or the general welfare.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, read the final.
Now the final one is gonna be, based on the agreement of the parties and contingent upon the installation of the conveyance of a 20-foot access utility easement from the applicant to Ms. Joy Barefoot's tract, the installation of a 20-foot type B buffer with a 3-foot berm adjacent to that, in compliance with the sidewalk and all other provisions of the Unified Development Ordinance. The board hereby determines, based upon the evidence, that all the findings of fact have been met and approve SD 2022-01.
Did you make that motion?
You can adopt what I just said. If Angie's got it down in the minutes, I don't think anybody objected to that.
The board hereby determines, based on the evidence, that all findings of fact have been met and approved SD 2022-01
Based on the agreement of the parties.
The agreement of the party.
The conveyance of the 20-foot access utility easement.
The conveyance of 20-foot access and easement.
Utility easement from the applicant to Ms. Joy Barefoot and
From
her
the
tract.
applicant, Ms. Joy Barefoot, and the tract.
And the installation of 20-foot type B buffer with a 3-foot berm adjacent thereto.
and the installation of a 20-foot buffer with a 3-foot berm adjacent thereto.
A type B buffer.
Type B buffer.
And compliance with the sidewalk and all other, UDO
And
provisions.
compliance with the sidewalk and all other UDO provisions.
So help me God.
All in favor of the project, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay.
Is that recess? Since we've been in court.
I think we take a break.
Yes, sir. We're not even a third through.
Anybody needs to go to the bathroom, go, we'll keep going. We're gonna be here all night.
I might be gone. I might take a short
Oh,
time.
yeah, I knew we were being out here walking out, it's that county legs, they were working out, you watch. 5 seconds before she's like, make that motion.
That's something else.
I don't know, but I suggest that you write that, or whoever needs to write that down, because it's hard to see. I can't see it.
I think it's in your, packet too.
Well, if it's not, I need to have it in there from now on.
Yeah, we'll get Aaron to do
Yeah,
it.
'cause
It
I
was on
can
the
plus-
second page.
Well, if I had known that, but no, just so
Yeah,
I can
it's on
keep-
page 2.
Okay, I'll look for that,
We're
because
gonna be here
it
for a
needs to.
while yet.
I think that's what she ended up giving Mr. Mack too.
No.
Oh, I think William's gonna get on now.
Where is BB?
Well, he missed half, he had a ton of call. He missed half the hearing, so he decided to wait until the hearing was over. So he missed half of it. Oh, he's on. Yeah. Do what? How are you? Yeah, I'll actually send it to you right now, and the budget. I'll send it like that. It's, what is it, FOB news? Yeah. The budget letter and the, budget. It's not in the
I need to come to you, or you need to go to that. I still got to
And I just sent it to you too, Mike.
I see.
Oh, yeah, was that your house? Yeah. Here, okay, electric's supposed to do that. Oh, yeah, you're, 107 East Madison, right? Okay, I'll send a, work order to electric. And have them go do it. How long? Okay. And they did say
There's enough evidence. We don't need no more.
Yeah, it is cold in here. And Reggie, could you cut the air a little bit? Thank you. I'm cold.
Well, our tree trimmer, put them on hold.
We should have had this hearing on Thursday night when we got the help.
Yeah, and I thought one of them would be cut dry, and I didn't know enough. I rode out there and looked. I didn't see any problems.
I just asked to turn the air off a little bit, down or something.
Janelle's got the.
How much shade tree are you? Seven.
Oh,
6 and 3/4.
6.5.
I don't even think. Thank you. I'll let you know.
My stuff next.
All right, let's go.
Partnership is next.
You might need. Do they have? Yeah.
Yeah, they got it.
Angie,
They got
do
it.
they have
They got it.
partnership?
I'm confused.
They don't have partnership?
Not the one I fixed. Well, good thing I brought a bunch of them.
Let's get started, Ike.
I'm ready, Mr. I apologize.
I'll give you a quick explanation on the Partnership for Children. We're under old business, consider approval of Partnership Children contract. I met with them, and his year runs out June 30th, and if we don't give him a contract by then we won't get our money. And so Ike did this again and made the contract run from January 1st to June 30th. And then, after we give him this approved, then it's run out the end of June, and he'll pay us, and then we'll put a contract together from July 1st to go through the regular town fundraiser. And we probably are going to get a raise in what he'll pay for rent. So I'll entertain a motion to approve this the way it is.
Mayor.
Understanding
Who's gonna
that
pay
there'll
it?
be another.
Mayor. I mean, you keep saying he's gonna pay it. Who is he?
Oh, Partnership for Children.
Okay, which is?
Dwight Morris.
And do we have what is the agreements as far as like the
Look, that's what Jerry's saying. This gets us paid for this 5.5 months of this year we've already come through. This ends at the end of this month, this revision. We're under just an extension a month to month that he can't work with his folks that covered his finances. The way I've always drafted the original and the amendments is, if you hold over, it just goes to month. That's not satisfactory to them. They want something that actually covers the term. So this just covers from January 1st, this past January 1st, till the end of this month, so that we can get $700 a month for every month, including all these 6 months we've been in. Then in July, we can renegotiate a new lease with it that covers all that.
Yeah.
I make a motion, we approve.
I would like to note that William is on Zoom now, so you'll have to do the roll call.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
You gotta do roll
That's
call.
all right.
Yeah, you got a roll call now, Mr. Ray.
When we get to something important, we will. Town manager search, Ike.
Okay, I sent y'all an email. It's been a couple of weeks now, you recall. It was a report from the Mercer Group. I brought a few of the documents that he included, a few copies of it. It's essentially just kind of a game plan. He calls it a Mercer work plan. The big thing is there's a work plan schedule, a timeline of how this is gonna go down. Do y'all have that? Does anybody need one? Because I can hand a few out here. Let me just take one and pass it. Essentially, these dates are yours. The fellow, Mr. Reddish at the Mercer Group, wanted me to stress that. If you recall, you made me sort of your point of contact on your behalf with the Mercer Group. And it shows you what timeline they're trying to work with here as far as getting the new manager picked, selected, interviewed, and or make their picks from their short list. They're working on getting their brochure done. That's the thing they're kind of working on now. I'm giving them a bunch of information they asked for on that. The biggest thing is, I guess, really two things. Do you want me, and you don't have to say tonight, I know it's getting late, it's already late. So if you want to give me some feedback to give to him as far as these timelines, if you think things need to be moved back a little bit or moved up a little bit, look at that. They also, the biggest thing is, they want to know a salary hiring range for their recruitment brochure. And I said, well, I know we've probably got a salary hiring range that was approved who knows when. But let me, before I tell you those numbers that may be sort of stale, this is a new town manager search that we're going down. Do you want to have some talk about that tonight at 10:30? You want to, maybe you've got some time if you want to talk about that later. Just be thinking about it, but I need to give him numbers from you as far as this is our salary hiring range, because that's going to go in his recruitment brochure.
So we have a meeting coming up. What date is that? Thursday.
23rd.
Can we move this to that meeting?
Absolutely. All this was I just told you, after he had sent me this stuff from the Mercer Group, he had said, I told him, I said, our next meeting's on the 14th, I'll take it up with him then. Obviously didn't know we'd have the hearing tonight like you did. So take that information. I've emailed it to you already, remember too. If you need anything else, you have questions for me. Two things though, are you good with the timeline? And what do you think the manager hiring range needs to be? And do you want to schedule some time to talk with any of the folks at the Mercer Group? From his perspective right now, he's fine to work through me, and I'll sort of be the back and forth, the middle liaison, I guess. But if you want any information from them on that, just let me know.
Let me be thinking about this and give it to you on the Thursday night that we meet.
It's perfectly fine.
I make a motion that we do that.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Consider approval of the fiscal 22-23 budget. Kimberly.
So I've already read the budget letter for the hearing. As you all are aware from the emails that we've had going back and forth, we did decide not to raise the tax rate. Most everybody that I was able to talk to agreed with. They thought they would balance it with fund balance this 1 year. Wait for the homes that were being built to come in, get the tax valuation off of those new homes, so that we wouldn't have to raise taxes this year and lower taxes next year. So I have amended the budget based off of Commissioner McLamb's suggestion, and had gotten an okay from Commissioner Neighbors, Chandler, and Rayner on that, and the mayor. So that's what the budget reflects, and if y'all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any.
Balancing was fund balancing, what we're talking about, $4,000, right?
Yeah, it was 3608 actually, was the additional. So with using the fund balance to balance this budget, you're estimating being around 30% of fund balance, which is way over what you need according to the local government commission.
Anybody have questions of Kimberly? I'll entertain a motion to approve it as presented.
I make that motion.
Max?
Yes.
Yes.
The budget.
I'm with Max.
Aye.
Aye.
5-0.
William.
William. Okay, 6-0.
Okay.
How are you gonna handle the salaries and grades and organization chart?
Well, I would like to ask why we tabled it so I can fix it for next time.
Okay. Wherein I really don't have to explain this, I will. I wanted a table because I think that's something that the new town manager, whoever he or she might be, I think that's something that they should decide, whether to raise, who to raise, when to raise, the organization chart and all. I think that should be something that he has the flexibility of
And
doing.
I understand, and I just want to make one note. The only changes that were made to both of those were the 3% COLA that was just approved in the budget, and there was an adjustment to one department head that was lower in grade. That was just approved in the budget. And as far as the organizational chart, there was nothing changed in that. So, other than adding the new positions.
Yeah, well, that's what it is.
But you just approved the addition of the new positions in the budget. Because that was,
Not the
y'all,
organization chart.
but you just approved new positions in the budget.
That has nothing to do with this.
It does, because it's in the budget letter. I mean, it specifically states in the budget letter that these are the new positions that are added, and that's how the budget just got balanced.
The list of classes and grades and organizational chart only reflects what has been voted on.
Yeah, it just reflects what the budget shows. That's it. That's the only changes that were made. And y'all just approved the budget.
Out of 17 that was asked for, we approved 7.
Yeah.
7 new positions in our budget, and that's why it was balanced.
And the COLA was just approved at 3%, so it's just an adjustment made to the salaries and grades to reflect a 3% COLA, because that's cost of living.
We didn't approve any big salaries, it's gonna come back and bite us in the butt.
What's our pleasure?
How do you bring it back after it's already been voted that this is restricted from the agenda? Can we make a motion to add it to the agenda at this point in time so that we can consider making a motion? I mean, theoretically, we've already approved the organizational chart and the COLA in our budget, so this is just a subsidiary action, correct?
Correct.
So can we make a motion to bring it back into the agenda when it was stricken in the beginning?
You can. You hear me, William? You can. When you take something off the agenda, that means it's not going to be considered, and so we skipped over it. But if you now want to go back and make a motion that we approve these items, notwithstanding the fact they weren't on the agenda technically, I mean, there's nothing improper about that.
Well, can it be on the agenda, I guess, for the next meeting?
It could be. We can put it in consent agenda.
You can just put it in the consent if you don't have discussion on it.
Y'all want to pull them back and vote on them?
Is this for a discussion or for approval? This is for discussion.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing to discuss.
I mean, it's really just a part of the budget.
Yeah. It's just lining it up with whatever y'all just approved in the budget.
Well, then I need to rescind my, because I don't approve the budget. I need to take that back.
But the,
Now, how do I do that?
Well, I don't know.
I don't either, but I do not.
but even, I mean, I'm assuming it would now be a 5-to-1 vote.
Let's don't lose sight of what we gotta do between now and June 30th.
Correct.
We've gotta get a budget in, or we'll have a head chopped off.
We can discuss, can't we discuss it and then change the budget?
Well, no, now you have to do a budget amendment. I mean, the budget's approved. I mean, if you change it at this
I'm
point.
talking about next month, we can change something that we.
You can change your budget all year long.
Change the organizational chart at any time, but the budget has already approved what we need to approve next.
So basically, we're talking about, we can change the salaries and grades in the organizational chart at any time.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can change the
Yeah.
budget at any time.
With a budget amendment. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can go back and change what was approved.
With a
but
budget
you
amendment.
can always change your budget.
Yeah.
So we can come back next month and go through the things that we find that we need to talk about, we talk about, and then we change the deal at that time.
Well, then I'll make my motion to reflect that. So how do I do that?
Make a motion to reflect what?
That we're gonna talk
Salaries
about.
and grades and organizational chart at the next meeting.
Right.
Well, I would table that to the next meeting if you're talking about the organizational chart, which you haven't approved yet. as far as the budget being approved, that was voted on. If you're talking about the salaries and organizational chart stuff, I would, if you're not, you can either discuss it tonight, or you.
Well, let me ask you
took it off the
this,
agenda, so I
is
would
the
just continue.
organization chart, hadn't it been approved?
It has been. It is the same organizational chart that was approved last year under Mr. Nelson with the additional positions that were just approved in the budget. That's it. That's the only change.
So you are telling me, I just need to fix this so we can talk about it again. How do I do that?
Fix what? Which part? Which, the budget or the organizational?
Well, if we
chart
have to do the
salary?
whole budget, yes.
Well,
Whatever.
That's been passed,
Well,
and
the other part
Mr.
has been passed on too, so
And-
how do I fix that?
Well, can they not revote? And, I mean, still.
Well, but Commissioner Chandler's the one that made the motion. So you can't amend his you approved the vote. It is done. I mean, the motion is done.
You approved the budget. If you want, you have to make a motion to go back and unapprove it, I suppose. Yeah, you'd have to be a
Yeah.
subsequent motion. Now, that matter as a matter of parliamentary procedure, that matter was decided upon and is closed. Now you'd have to have a new motion, and then that would have to be voted on.
Being we're
Well,
meeting
with
again
the-
Thursday, so why not put this back on,
We can put the
salaries
organiz-
and grade and organization.
We
chart
can put it
back
on the June 23rd. I mean, that was my goal, was probably what I was going to do anyway, was put it on the June 23rd meeting. That's fine. We
Now,
can do that.
Let's put it back there. Is that okay with you? Maxine? Is that okay with you putting it on the next meeting?
Yeah, put it up
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Consider approval of the fee schedule.
Okay, so the fee schedule, again, it's just preliminary. We've already discussed this. Everything you just approved in the budget is in this fee schedule. It is the volumetric increase for water and sewer. It's the refuse increase, the electric base charge by $1, 5% on the fee. We increased penalties. We increased some stuff in planning. I mean, everything's highlighted for y'all. Nothing's changed since we gave it to you the last time.
I make a motion that's approved.
Which one wants to take it?
Make a motion that we'll make a motion.
Mike? He made a motion to approve fee schedule.
Yeah,
Mike?
they made a motion to approve my motion.
I approve.
Thank you, Max.
Yeah, all right.
Cassandra? Maxine?
Hey, Kim,
Yeah.
I've got the purple book in front of me, and if you wanted to go back to the organizational chart on page 50 of our rules, it says that we can make a motion to reconsider an earlier action, as long as it's within the same meeting.
You'd have to go back.
I think we're
To
just,
the
it's, we're gonna put it on the June 23rd agenda. That's fine.
All right, the fee schedule was approved. How about the customer service policy?
Did we finish voting on the? Did everybody? Okay. Okay. The customer service policy, again, nothing changed other than the verbiage around the late penalty. That was it.
Somebody make a motion.
I made a motion to approve.
Second.
Max?
I made the motion.
Oh. Maxine?
Aye.
All right, move.
Williams?
Under new business, consider approval of Amendment 1 to Task Order 2, the Wooten Company.
So this is, this original task order was approved in March of 2021 for the Wooten Company to go out and do engineering and help us with assistance for funding. So they did assistant for funding and design, bidding, and construction phase. We had this amendment drawn up so we could go ahead and start doing the surveying for the Mingo Interceptor project, because we weren't sure when exactly we were going to have our funding letters. As y'all are aware, it's on the next piece of this agenda. We got the EDA grant for $3.2 million. By the end of June, we will have our finance package from the USDA that's going to go along with this project. This total project is around $6.3 million. I'm not sure yet what USDA is going to give us. We've asked for grant and for loan. To couple with this, just keep in mind that we're only allowed to have up to 75% of federal grant money with this project, and so obviously EDA is going to eat up a chunk of that. But this is an amendment to the original task order, so we can go ahead and start doing surveying, so we can start looking at where this line is going to go, what type of easements we're going to need, and we would be able to start this work immediately if we can get this amendment. And we have gotten approval from USDA that any invoices that come before the actual project and everything gets approved from USDA, that we can move those invoices out of operating fund and into the project. So it's all going to come under that project umbrella. It's just asking for us to be able to get it started now. And this amendment order is $11,900.
Any questions about this?
I make that motion, we approve.
Okay. Max?
Aye.
All approved. Oh, William? EDA grant.
Again, we were very fortunate that we were able to get the EDA grant for $3.2 million towards this Mingo Interceptor project. Again, like I said, we should have the second part of our financing on this project by the end of the month. We're hoping to have it by the 23rd. However, USDA does have an office day that they are closed on Monday, so they're working diligently, but we may have to have a special called meeting the last week in June, because we are trying to hit the June 30th deadline before interest rates go up. Just a heads up for y'all. If we don't have it by the 23rd, we probably will have a meeting the Monday or Tuesday of the next week. But this is for the approval of the financial assistance award from EDA in the amount of $3.2 million.
I make that motion, we approve.
All in favor of Max?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Maxine?
Aye.
Yeah, okay.
William.
William? Consider approval.
All right, so this is for
Resolution 222.
bond cancel. This, if you're all aware, we came to the board months ago and asked if we could go with our normal bond council. We were asked to go out for bid on the bond council, so we did. We went out for bid on Wednesday, April 27th. We sent it to 6 different firms. It was due back on Tuesday, May 31st. We received 2 RFPs. This is a lot different than our normal bidding process. This is an RFP, so we don't have to have so many to go. We don't have to have the minimum of 3. And so Ike and I have taken a look at this, and we have decided to go with Parker & Poe LLP. They were at $15,000. Again, this is bond counsel for the USDA side of the Mingo Interceptor project. They need this before they can give us the funding letter. And this will also filter out of the project.
Why didn't Ike bid?
I can't do.
He can't do it because he's our attorney.
Yeah. Okay. There's half the price as the other one, I believe, and I will say.
The other one was 30.
Yeah, and I'll say that we've worked with Parker Poe, I think at least once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
It's, I'm too tired. What's Rebecca?
Rebecca Joyner.
No, it's just, anyway, the attorney there, very good to work with.
How much is it gonna cost?
$15,000, but
the next highest bid was 30.
Rebecca Joyner was her name.
Joyner, she's excellent to work with. Really good on the last project we have with sewer.
And it will come out of the project.
Somebody make a motion.
I made a motion to approve.
Max?
Aye.
Cassandra? Maxine? Yep.
William.
William?
Thank y'all.
All right. Consider approval of resolution 227, 2022.
Okay, what this is with our community development block grant, when we are getting, repayment, our requisition payments, we have to have 2 signatures on there, and we did have 4 people, but 2 of them are no longer with us. So this is a resolution just authorizing that Kim, myself, Mayor Medlin, or Scott can sign these requisitions. And this is just to get us to be reimbursed. Because we submit the requisition and then they send us back the money. But we have to have 2 signatures, and we kind of ran into something this week when Kim was on vacation, and it's just me and her, so this will keep this from happening anymore. So we'll have 4 people that can sign. So I just need a motion to.
I make that motion, we approve it.
Max?
Aye.
Aye.
William?
He said yes.
He said yes.
All right, consider approval of April 2022 financials.
Okay, at the closing out of the month of April, the town stands at 85.74% in revenues and 92.4% in expenses. Anybody have any questions?
I just hope May looks better than April. And I hope June, we're not in the hole on water and sewer. Any questions of,
I make a motion to approve.
Max?
William?
Okay, town manager report.
At the sake of time, I had some information staff has gotten together about downtown parking. Would you just like for me to bring that back on June 23rd? This is addressing Ms. Davis's concerns at the last board meeting.
Please.
Okay. So the next thing, don't forget fireworks are July 2nd on Saturday. Summer reading has started off, so we have summer reading on Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays. We have movie in the Grove on the 17th. All the rest of it's here. I just wanted to, one more thing. We would like to have, starting off the new year, an employee appreciation lunch. And we would like to be able to close the offices at 12 on July 1st. It's that Friday before the 4th of July holiday. We would love for the commissioners to come interact with the employees. We're going to have hamburgers and hot dogs. And just, we're going to kick off. We've got some stuff we want to talk to our employees about. We haven't been able to see them as a whole group in a couple of months. And so we would like to get them all together and just have a kickoff to the new fiscal year, if that's okay.
Would that be again?
We would close offices at 12. We'd love for
Town
y'all to-
attorney.
Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
Max, aye?
Aye. He said aye. No, I don't have anything. It's mighty late. I hope everybody enjoyed feeling like a judge for an evening anyway. That's pretty much how I feel really work.
Max?
I wanted to say the whole time, will the counselors approach the bench?
You should have. I want to commend everybody. That was well handled. That was a very contentious, complicated case. And it was really going to be tough to decide. But when they went out, I knew. I slapped Kim and I said they're going to go work it out.
I could see another lawsuit coming.
Well, I commend the board. That was
Oh, no,
not
I
an
had-
easy one. That was really a tough pitch to hit, and everybody.
No, I mean, if they hadn't have got things straightened out.
Oh.
It was contentious.
No, it was and it was tough one to decide. Really, thank y'all very much.
You got anything, Max?
No, I don't have anything.
I'm good.
Maxine?
No.
Will?
Yeah, I had several things. I won't spend a lot of time on it. I just want to, we've had a lot of drug problems. We've had a lot of overdoses. It's a big problem. I have talked with Kim. I've talked with Greg, and they are in the process. I think one of our major problems. They have been working on it, and I commend them for doing it. This board's going to have to follow up, though, on the recommendations that are going to be coming to us. You can't believe we're going to 3, 4 overdoses, and they all range from 20-year-olds to 35-year-olds, and it's a big problem, and we're going to have to do something about it as a board. I want to, Parks and Rec, I've been going to those meetings that you told me to go to.
I'm so happy that you.
Okay, man back there is doing a fantastic job. He's getting fences up. He was supposed to have already had them up, but if they don't show up, they don't go up, do they? Also looking at some new equipment in the Grove that's going to affect everybody here, and the prices run from $15,000 to $55,000, and I think he's doing a good job in checking all of it out. I mentioned something to Kim that I was mentioned to by the library head. Big drainage problem, right, and it's just decaying our library. On the side, that goes underground. Kim got the utilities department right on it. They've got it pumped out, they've got it cleaned out, and now that drain that's given so much trouble, they are checking it. I think that, I mean, if you need something done, ask somebody that's doing it. I went to Aaron, I said, look, we got a zoning problem, I need to know about this within 24 hours. Aaron got right back in touch with me and said, here's what it's zoned. It's not like you said it was going to be. It helped me out tremendously on getting some other properties in mind for even the American Legion. I mean, everybody is, Kim and her staff, every time I go up there and ask something about the budget, within 2 hours, I have an answer. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We had a phone meeting with the county today, Kim and I and our sewer guy. And this is just a communications, you know, we've got a sewer plant capacity of 1.9 million gallons a day. Our sewer capacity loan to the county is 192,160 plus 250,000 gallons, which is 442,160 that we loan to the county. The sewer plant currently is operating at 75%. It's gone up from 67. So that means that we've got a capacity of 1,425,000 per day. The plant capacity minus the county loan numbers is 1,457,840, which means we have a short usage capacity of 32,840 gallons. On the call today, we told the county that we were removing the 0.25 million gallons per day from the county allocation on June the 30th. That will change our available capacity to plus 217,160 gallons per day. The Four Oaks usage over that last period, which is part of the loan, was 43,775,742 daily average, which is 119,933. The 5 months this year, it's averaged 184,006, so it's gone up quite a bit in this 5 months. But we've got a problem with sewer, but getting that 250,000 gallons back, and they agreed to do that. We'll be in shape for a little while, but just be aware that we may not get any money from the state. They're supposed to know on Friday what they're going to do. And if we don't get some money, we're going to be spending the next few months looking places that we can get grants and so forth.
We're not gonna get what kind of money from the state?
You may not get any.
Just to clarify, you're not talking
Yeah.
about the last money, you're talking about new money.
New money,
New
he's
money.
talking,
New
yeah,
money.
new money.
No, we've already, well, we haven't got any yet, but, it's really, sewer is a tight thing, and there's a lot of stuff going on that, I don't particularly like, but I'm not gonna argue about it. So, anybody have anything else? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Are we going to close session?
You wanna have it? I've got the stuff,
Can we
but
wait?
I don't think we wanna do it tonight. Let's wait till the next meeting next week.
Good deal. I make a motion we adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
Uh,
Well, I do have the stuff with me tonight, but there's some things that changed. But we'll do it next week for sure.
I don't think I've ever been to a meeting this long.
Last time was when we
I got the picture.
When we stayed here.